materials as we can. Hi, 12K Christoph or nothing. Hello. So right now we are cutting the materials for tonight's class. Check the mic, just slightly higher a bit. Alright, so getting the materials for tonight's class, and since last week we did a female character, this week we will do a male one, so at least you can have some comparison and some differences. We'll start off with very simple character design, very clean, not overly clothed, and the shape is really easy to read for starters. Then moving on, then probably we'll move on to something like Fire Force, where their clothing are more bulky, where their body shapes are not that easy to read. So we'll take our steps one step at a time as we move towards more complex characters. But if we have extra time, then definitely I can touch a bit onto the other maybe the details here and there. I can start adding in a bit as we go along. Not really a lot of materials from the anime though, a lot of screenshots. There's a lot of spoilers, so if you are someone that is very sensitive to spoilers, then probably this class you want to skip, because if I search and research materials, there's going to be a lot of spoilers in here and there. That's the bad thing about if you want to do research, then you have to go through this process. There's a God of High School website. So we start at 7:30. There will be a student coming into the studio. So he will be in the class with me, and in between I'll probably ask him to send over his drawings, because for students I will be drawing over to show them directly what could be improved or what could be enhanced during the class. So those who are watching online, at home, if you are making the same mistakes, probably you can learn really quickly. Yeah. So just hang in there. I'm just gonna find a main website. Is it a main website? Reference, God of High School, US, Line, Webtoon, Anime News Network, official anime website in Japanese. Usually the Japanese website has the character design. We'll check it out. Nope, not gonna read this. Come on, anime website, load it up. So in between, if you have any questions, feel free to shoot. Just type in the comments and I'll do my best to read. Over here, I'll just turn on the chat for the restream side. So folks on Twitch and Facebook, I can actually see your comments together on the restream. But if you want direct, like for me to read faster, feel free to head to YouTube. That's like my main streaming platform. Okay, so we have the website, not the video, characters, yes. That's the good thing about the Japanese website. Okay, come on. I need all of them. That's where I find my RE0 character references as well. So many pings in there. Okay. It's taking a while to load though. Okay, 1, 2, whew, there we go. Mujin. I hope by this season, this anime season, I could complete Fire Force, God of High School, and RE0. At least these 3 anime characters. the main ones, or rather the ones that interest me. No, not just, oh man, just like that. No character sheet, no nothing, just a screenshot. Damn. What am I supposed to do with this? Can't you just share a character sheet? No wonder it's so hard to find online. Damn. Right, I'll just do with what we can. So, yeah, this is one thing that sometimes might happen is limited references, so we'll just make do with what we can as we go along. Alright, so just hang in there. I wait for 7:30. I'll just load up the images and then I'll just write we'll be back at 7:30. Let's see, got this guy, got this one. Just gonna put the background up. Range, set it up here. Some extra references closer to the face. I think this one is actually the best. Put up here as well. Flip it the other side. Okay. Okay. On this end here, just gonna write brush 40. Be back at 7:30. Okay, I'll be back at 7:30. Just roam around the studio. my eyes. Hello. Hi.
Hello.
This is your neighbor and
Oh, only me.
yeah, only you.
Wow, okay. Alright.
Okay. $88 is very expensive for a kid.
But last week, how many people came?
Last week got one interested. Both nobody came.
Oh, wow.
And then what do you call? They are interested, but then I tell them to same thing I told you, look at the YouTube, see if you can keep up with my pace first or not.
I see.
If not, 浪费你的钱不好意思嘛。Because the pace is really, actually very intense. It's like very fast going. Okay.
But like, included in the 88 is you producing an art piece, then it will be printed out, wouldn't it? Like,
Yep.
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
up. But it's still quite a lot.
I mean, I wanted to try out, since you're like master of Chibi, I might as well just
You can try it. We'll see how things goes for you. Maybe you can unlock a new skill.
Yeah.
Maybe after this week, I can get one more student. Then slowly more and more because of you. Okay, just relax. It's very casual. Okay, in between, if you have any questions, feel free to stop me. And then maybe we'll try, because this is the first time got a student here, so it means that during the sketching phase or maybe the Lineart phase, I see how, and then you send me through the Discord, then I draw over for you. Yeah, because you draw already, right? So I do a draw over for you.
Oh, draw already? I haven't drawn yet.
No, later.
Oh, chill.
Yeah, no.
Okay, alright.
Use Discord to transfer file easier also.
Which Discord server though, or just like PM?
PM can already lah. You just set up your style and everything first.
Okay. For the light, I have push that.
You want to adjust accordingly. I just slant your table, do anything up to you. The whole space is for you to use. In between, I'll read the chat from the live stream also lah.
Oh, okay.
You can see any question.
So most of the people are from the live stream.
Yeah, because locally the fan base of mine locally is like kids and stuff. Then overseas one, okay lah, got 20 plus years old one. They want to pay, and I say, oh no pay, only local then pay.
Right.
Overseas one just see video can already.
I wanted to ask, I mean, if you don't mind. I saw several of your fans like trying to imitate your how do you say, your market, your like what you're doing right now already.
Like the chibi?
Yeah, chibi.
Like draw chibi, yeah.
And it's quite similar to your style. If anything, it's your style. Are you okay with that?
Yeah. How to say, at first when I first started out drawing, maybe the first 2 years, I get quite annoyed actually, especially when people follow exactly the same, or even laying out like how I every time put on the social media. Where I put my number, where I put my date, or even the concept of putting number and date. When people start following, it kind of triggered me at the start, but along the way I've realized that because of them, I start to realize that I'm doing something that people are interested in. I'm doing something that probably helping others. It goes beyond just myself. That's where I start to embrace it, then start to even help others if they actually need help, that kind of thing. So I definitely I'm not born a saint or born kind-hearted. I definitely been through the phase of being triggered, annoyed, or why you all doing this, that kind of thing. Then slowly, when I start changing my own perspective, like drawing lah, so change the own perspective into, it's more than just me. Probably what I'm doing is helping people. So why not even invest more and just help others, and then maybe you can grow even faster. I also all these thing also not happen overnight. I see more famous people or more famous artists than myself actually helping younger artists with a very small following. So if let's say a famous artist of maybe 20, say numbers lah, easier to relate, 20,000 followers or even 100,000 followers, they can actually afford to help out younger artists. Me at that point of time was only a 3k or 4k follower person. Why can't I do this kind of thing? So I just convert this kind of trigger energy into more positive energy. Trigger energy. Everything is an energy lah. It's really energy. If not, I every day also very dulan like walao I upload walao copy. Because it's not only one person and it's not only from one country. It's like a few people and all over. One from Brazil, one from Spain, one from Thailand. Then people actually got post to me. Link, hey, this person draw like you hey, this person. First we're like, okay lah, can lah. Then after that, wow, so many people. Then also very sian. Then like, okay, never mind, just do whatever we want now.
It's more of like, I mean, I understand that, but it's like, if they sell the kind of thing, it's like, isn't it? It feels.
If I were to change to another subject matter lah, it's like IT show. This brand sell laptop, give you mouse, then the other brand also 学那个 concept, sell laptop, sell mouse. It is like 一起卖的时候你会卖得更快。And then if let's say I set up a system lah, that say for instance sell a keychain, give a postcard, then if other artists also start doing it, become a norm already then it will push me to even go further. Okay, what's next? I won't be always in a very secure, but I really keep pushing myself to be the new kid in town, that kind of thing 不然我怎么走5年做这个就是这样子啦。So you definitely go through this phase. I don't know when it's your turn to go through this phase, but when the moment you realize people start following you, not necessarily the way you draw, even your persona, people can imitate you, the way you type, because some people are very arrogant and people like, oh, this arrogant attitude I like, okay, let's imitate. Or this person is very positive, every time macam got quote of the day, every time in their post then they also like to imitate. So one day someone's going to imitate you, whether is it skill or persona, and it's up to you whether do you want to focus on that particular person or see it as a form of acknowledgement that, okay, I have reached this milestone, the people are paying attention to me already. Now, am I going forward or I'm going to be stagnant and going to argue with this person?
I see.
就这样子咯。It's all about this kind of mental game lah.
Okay, I see. Alright. Oh, that's nice. What's the Wi-Fi, by the way? Is it Wi-Fi? Or?
There. AUSG, I guess. And the password is I'm very good. Because the kids here every time come here very depressed. I tell them, like very self-doubt that their own drawing not good. So the password is to remind them that they are very good.
I see. Okay. Yeah, where is it?
Up there on the glass. Take your head up. Handphone, laptop, just connect.
Okay.
But it takes time to practice lah.
Yeah, it does.
It does. That's why, what is it called? As cringy as it is, the easiest thing to relate is like meditation. You just see how you want to go and channel this kind of energy. Because at the end of the day, we artists, we draw based off emotion, you see. If your emotion level is not being balanced, it's very hard to draw properly. As much as it's skill based, it's like knowledge based, but if you are always angry, how are you gonna draw a peaceful drawing?
Yeah.
See, no matter how skilled you are, you every day think of this person acts that, oh Lani, this one copy me. Today I draw this cloud, tomorrow draw this cloud. Then you always hesitate what should you draw, and then you always think that how should you draw that people won't copy you 哇，那就 track 你自己就这样子了。I get it.
Canvas size, any limit or?
What thing?
Canvas size.
Canvas size up to you, because this one is based off your laptop specs, but I usually go with A3. If you can go with A3, you can go A3.
A3.
I get you a water. I think I can stick in a water.
Oh. Thank you.
And this one is it's there for the
Oh.
See your laptop can tahan what canvas because if you want to do like the merchandise, at least A4 can already.
Okay. Alright.
Save 116.
Well, have you taught a student like me live before? Or?
Live have. Before the lockdown, I got do, but then I price it is only 1 day session. I think like 3 hour. That time I was like charging, 2 hour. That time I was charging $20
Oh wow.
for one person. Nothing like they walk away with nothing. 25, 25. And they walk away with nothing means that they just come here draw $25, 2 hour, then they just go home. Then I realized because that time I was drawing at 2 hour per GB. I thought they can. And not 2 hour they only do sketch and line art. Then I remember color. So I thought I need to extend time.
Right.
Then I extend time, charge them higher. I need to earn charge them, but I need to offer them something. So after lockdown I think, okay, no student, never mind. But I need to still price it. But if got student, I make sure that the student after Thursday, which is Tuesday and Thursday, must walk away with something that is valuable. The extra thing is the keychain and the standee is just for fun. Like, wow, you're proud 嘛，你学到东西，你拿到嘛。At least there's a physical item I can give it to you.
Oh, wait. Speaking about the keychain and the standee, like, will you be printing it yourself or will you like be bringing our students to the printing shop?
It's not the thing is
China.
The thing in China. I will just clean up the file, make sure everything, then I'll send it to my supplier that I always use.
I think if you could teach that process, that would be nice too.
The process is actually there's no process.
There's no process.
It's just use the drawing and then just send only.
But like what files, which website, that kind of thing.
Oh, okay. Website wise, I can give you the website. Because now they expand until got English officer nice. Already. Nice. Okay. Preparing the file wise, it's just send them the PNG, the A4 PNG, and then tell them what size 6cm keychain. Then already, or 10cm, and then this. It's just like order chicken rice.
Oh really?
Yeah, it's not Korean.
I bought a keychain last time, like kind of complicated. Need to have, like,
now due to the competitiveness and the amount of factories opening up, they streamline it and they target the overseas people, so they don't make it overly complicated. I mean, if you talk about enamel pins, that one definitely more complicated.
Oh, yeah.
Because Pantone for every color. The keychain is just printing, like go to the print shop, I want A4 10 pieces. Oh, okay, how long?
Oh, it's like a print.
Yeah, it's like a print. Yes, yes, just on acrylic. That's all.
I see. Okay.
Yes.
Release all stress.
I can understand the first time or the first few times it's very intimidating, like what should I do? It's just same thing, CMYK, send them PNG file, tell them how many pieces, what kind of ring if you have a specific one, if not it's the default silver, and that's it.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay, shall we start?
Yes. Okay. So last week we did the female character. So this week we will be doing a male character, and this one is Park Mujin from God of High School. So the reason that we're gonna do this character is because the character is very simple to read, and there's no bulky clothings or like those World of Warcraft armor, and then as we go along in the coming weeks, I will choose harder and harder characters to draw than to chibify. So last week is a very simple female character, and this week will be a very simple looking male character. Okay, so let's begin. So same thing. First thing first, we're gonna do the posture of the character, which is just standing. And let me just set the brush. So in between, if you got any question, just feel free to stop me. Don't paiseh. Okay. So let's do this. So you're gonna draw a circle for the head area, as usual, and then it's gonna curve this side down and curve it upwards. Again, after drawing multiple chibis, somehow I realized that by pulling up the back chin area here and slanting it all the way upwards actually make the face cuter. Previously, I always go for is straight or even just round, but recently I've been trying different kind of forms, and apparently this formula of just pulling it all the way up here makes it cuter, or rather more mature. Isn't that chibi or chubby like a baby? Probably something a kid of 3 to 4 years old kind of. Yeah, so you give more angles and stuff. Alright, then we're gonna draw the posture, pulling it outwards here. And slanting. Okay, so over on the torso area, I'll just duplicate to show you this part here. So the usual practices when drawing chibi, it's going this way down, or rather then just doing this. Let me just duplicate the layer. So usually we will draw chibi with a torso that looks something like this. It's no wrong. Again, I must always emphasize, if not, you as a student will listen everything and think it is a correct way. I don't want you to hear every single word I say and see it as what is it called? Like a golden rule. So the usual torso usually is like this, like a triangle shape, but I prefer to have a slanted back over here, so that later on, whether when it's wearing clothing or even just standing still with a tight skin cloth, there are more forms, it looks more interesting. The lines are very limited, so we have to play around and see how we can actually add more shapes and not over complicated things, and just adding a little bit details here and there. At the end of the day, the character will look much more interesting. Okay, so same thing, pelvis area, the triangle, the legs. Okay, down the big thigh over here, and the other one will be turning downwards. Same thing over here. Again, I'm gonna do a comparison. So usually what happens when a beginner chibi artist will draw is same thing. You draw your big thigh, and over here you just draw slanted lines like a cone or like a triangle, an inverted triangle. It's always okay to just draw simply, but when the more you draw, you start to realize that you will feel unsatisfied with a drawing. But this one definitely comes with mileage, because if you only draw 1 or 2 chibi in a month, you will not feel something like this. But if you're drawing on a daily basis, you start to realize that by adding all these curved lines, or even just playing, I always mention you're playing with your lines, you're not drawing, it's not an assignment, you're not there to impress anyone. So play with your lines, play with your brush, understand the sensitivity of your tablet, and see what extent of curve can you achieve just to create a more interesting shape. And the end of the day is always about creating interesting shape so that your chibi will not just look like a chubby character, but a small, cute, but yet detailed character. Right? So now that we have that, we're gonna draw the hands. For the hands, we're just gonna pull it downwards here. Same thing for this side. This one is slightly being hidden away. Later will be stuffed into the pocket, so it's all good. Then we're gonna draw the neck. Okay. So we're just gonna scale down the head slightly. If not, later on this head will be slightly bigger. If you prefer a head that is bigger, more what's it called, a proportion that has a bigger head, feel free to do so. This is a personal preference. There's no right or wrong for this one, because I'm aiming towards more of a 3 to 5 year old kind of a proportion rather than a 1 to 2 year old. Okay. Remember to save your file while you draw. Change the lines up a bit. Just gonna look at the reference, going towards the anime look with a sharper looking eyes. If I'm going too fast, must let me know. Okay, just gonna here. We're gonna draw the nose. So nose we usually draw at this level here, where is the intersection between the face line as well as the cheek line. So it's roughly around this section, and it's always like an oval shape. Face, tilted lines, slanted lines. Then just go wild with your lines. And really just pull out the eyebrows, because eyebrows is really important. It really shows the expression. So that's why I always draw very thick bushy eyebrows, or even very irregular shapes, like both of the eyebrows are not of the same shape, but it doesn't matter because it brings the message across. Then got this one here. To be like looking downwards, like looking down to whoever that is talking to him. That's why he's looking downwards. Just adding more details here, slightly darker, the eyeliner. Like a bit of eye back here. Maybe we'll skip that. We just put more eyelashes. Okay. So for the mouth. Definitely not a smiling face. Alright, it's definitely have the vibe. So the most important thing is the vibe. That is like looking down. If you hit it, okay, good. This is a sketching phase. Always remind yourself, you don't want to put too much time over here. If not, you'll just burn out before you even reach the line art phase. Always check on yourself. Always observe yourself. Are you accidentally over investing time into a particular area, especially during the sketching phase? If you're doing so, you have to stop, move on to the other area first. If it really bothers you, just do a mental note that okay, this area you need to check back later on, and just move on to the hair whatsoever, and then later on come back to the eye area. Okay, so now we have the face, the head, and the rough proportion out. We're gonna move on to draw the hair. Okay, so the hair looks like a cone. Let's see. Okay, we'll use this one. So for the hair, we got a bit of pulling back. It's a very simple shape, not too complicated. So just gonna pull out shape. But don't take things for granted. Simple things sometimes it's the hardest to chibify. So we want to still have the vibe. The vibe and the essence is always the most important thing. Remember to save your file. Something for the other side here. This is M shape. Curving backwards. Then there's some slight frills. Curve it here. I don't want the curve to be too curvy, if not it looks a bit silly looking. So just gonna play around and curve a bit more. Same thing over here. He has a scar by the forehead, so we have to make sure there's space for that as well. And then he has this scar thing over here. Okay, and there's like a two horn-like thing up here. And make a new layer because this is a sketching phase, because there's something overlapping the current sketch, so you won't end up keep erasing it and also erase things that are already settled. So make a new layer, and then there's this two hair that's gonna drop by the front, so we can actually hit it outside. Okay. Let's curve it downwards. Same thing, we are playing with the lines. Curve it however you like, so long it looks nice, it's all good. Let's curve it downwards here. Curve it this way, and on this one, so curve it this way. Remember to flip your canvas time to time. Like for instance, right now I flip the canvas. I immediately notice the back of the head is too close, it's too small, so I need to turn and then just add in more volume. It looks a bit weird. anything over here. I want it to just hit the eye level, my curve. Alright. Okay, so we have this here. So after adding the hair, the head feels kind of big. I'm gonna make it smaller. Oops. So I'm just gonna highlight it using the lasso tool. Just scale it smaller. Okay. So this is the sketching phase. Feel free to just cut, paste, adjust. Don't let your sketch tie you down. If you feel your drawing isn't breathing, or rather you by a few adjustments the drawing breathes even better, there's more life, feel free to do so. Because the common mistake is that this sketch looks nice, you don't dare to go and play around with it, and before you know it, when you hit the line art and coloring phase, there's really no turning back, and you'll be a lot of time wasted if you go way back. Okay, so now we're gonna add in the clothing. So we're gonna see the overall shape. So it's a very simple, like a shirt, and then there's like a jacket on the outside, a suit, and then just long pants. But there's a lot of things to play with when we are drawing very simple shapes. So I'm just gonna add in overlay here, just to darken some things first. And I'm gonna use red color, maybe blue color. Yeah, this one looks more obvious. So what can we emphasize on a very simple looking drawing? Number one, the collar. Immediately my eyes will notice the collar, this one, this shape over here. Number two, definitely the accessory, the beads and the cross. There's nothing much to emphasize on the shoulder area here because there isn't any patterns or tattoo or whatsoever accessories. So it's very simple, it's just going to be really neat, but there is some red by the wrist area because the inner shirt of the red color is being exposed. So these are key features you don't want to miss out because the details are already very limited. You have to play with what is offered. You cannot just neglect all these very small details. Small details are still details. The common mistake is small details, people just overlook it and don't draw it when the drawing is already very simple. Yeah, you're just throwing points away. And of course the edge over here. So maybe you want to can flip it up here, flip it longer. So these are some shapes you can play with. So you get this one as well as the back over here. Same thing, the other side, the red color, inner shirt, and of course the very simple flower patterns which you can draw with an irregular size just to create a more interesting pattern. The legs, definitely there is nothing, no patterns, accessories or even belts or whatsoever. So that's why with a very interesting looking tie and a smaller tie, it will help to pull out more shapes when drawing such simple pants. Okay, so let's apply it to our chibi. Oops, okay. I'm gonna change back to my color. Okay, so first thing, we're gonna draw the inner shape, you're gonna draw the collar, pulling out the shape immediately. Same thing here. Play with your lines. I repeat, always play with your lines. if it doesn't read nice, you feel that this shape isn't good, I don't like it, you erase. Don't be afraid to erase, because all you need is one good line. But don't go into the details like I need to curve it a bit more. Overall vibe is there, good. Move on to the next part. So you want to do this one here. Then you have the shirt going downwards. Pull out the shoulder slightly so that I can play a bit more. So if let's say your Lineart, your anatomy, the hand is very close to the body, but by moving slightly away, by just breaking the bones, breaking the joints, and just shifting it slightly outwards so that there's more room between the body. After wearing the jacket, you can still see the gap in between the hands and the torso. Do it. Break your drawing. Don't be restricted by the anatomy that you draw. It's cool so long it's not way out here like this. No one is gonna complain. So just break it up a bit, just overextend it slightly, curve it downwards. The inner shirt, that's red color. Got the jacket here. Go wow with the lines. I have to flip it up way up here and just going slightly lower like this. Same thing on the other side. Torso, the shoulder area. The inner shirt, there's a red color, the shape. Check, flip. Always check and flip. Remember to save your file as well. Okay, inner shirt. The middle line, which is really important, just draw the middle line so at least it can serve some guidance to you. After all, it's I think it's like kind of button shirt. There's a midline, draw the pattern, do a flip. And same thing over here. Okay, draw it slightly. So over here, immediately I'm really breaking the rule. One, I overextend this arm outside. I broke the anatomy. I just pull it out so that I can read this shape. Let me just do the blue. I think this one here. So this shape over here is more readable. Two, look at where the shoulder is. This is the shoulder area, but when I draw the chibi, I made the shoulder over here. So anatomy wise it's wrong, but visual wise it reads better. So this one definitely there's no hard rule saying how much should I pull out, how much should I put it in, but it really depends on your mileage when you draw. How convincing is your drawing to the audience? How convincing it is that when they look at it, they won't read it as a mistake, but see it as a whole structure that looks pleasant and oh wow, it looks nice, and they just save it. At the end of the day, you want your audience to save your image into their computer and not leave a comment and say, I think the shoulder looks weird. So this is very important. You have to play multiple times and you get the right amount of like how much can you extend, how much can you pull your rubber band before it snaps, the kind of theory. Okay. So that is one thing to take away. And then let's change back the swatch here. So for the pants, because of the anatomy, or rather the shape of the legs have been drawn with a lot of curve, I'm not afraid that this simple looking pants will look boring. because I can just turn all my lines and just play around with it. And then you got the shoes here. Just this and this. Just gonna make it slightly sharper. And then make sure to flip your canvas again. This one hand gonna be over here. Make the tie slightly bigger. Over here there's too much curve, just reduce it slightly. A bit of more of a bad guy. I want just the lines not to have too much curve. Just reduce it and just make it slightly sharper. Okay, always have your shape going outwards. Outwards, outwards. Notice how I play, there's always outwards here. So let's say the line is over here, outwards. Don't draw it vertical, or rather parallel, yeah. Don't make your lines parallel with each other. If you notice anywhere of your drawings have parallel lines, even if you're drawing a sword, it looks supposed to be parallel. Theory wise, yes, looks good, but make it not parallel, it looks more interesting. So again, all these are little tips and little details that you just twist the rules a bit, and if you just add in a little bit to the weapon, a little bit to the tie, a little bit to the hand, the entire drawing will look very interesting. Just undo. Forget to make new layer. Oopsie. Oh, cannot undo already. Okay. Shall erase this. Erase this. Erase this. Then over here, let me just draw this shape over here. Okay. The most important part, which is the accessory, the necklace and the cross. Just gonna lower down again because this is overlapping. Thinking as like a stacking, like a playing with the Barbie doll or like any doll character. First you have to wear the inner shirt, then after that the jacket, then lastly the accessory. So make a new layer. So the reference accessory is already being emphasized, has already been enlarged, so that's what we want to achieve as well. I'm gonna draw the beads here, and then we have a cross right here. Same thing, see, slanted lines, more curvy because I want to emphasize it, just to add more volume. And I purposely make maybe the beads here look smaller, so there's a variation. And of course the flowers, very simple looking pattern. We'll make it odd sizes just to create a variety as well over here. Okay, so there we have it, our character. Let me just make it darker so it's more obvious. Copyright. So there we have it, our chibi sketch is done. And yep, I will be reading the comments just to see if you have any questions. Just check it, there's no questions on the Facebook and Twitch area here. Oh wow, okay. Hi, Alright, let's see. Interesting. Stumble on this stream from Picato. Hi, hello, Jax. Yi Hong, hello, Yi Hong. Hello, AD. Hello, Smiley. Okay, new to the channel. Who is this information intended for? It's intended for anyone that's interested in drawing chibi. We run classes on Tuesday and Thursday. Do you have a mental image on how the chibi will look like when you choose the character? No, I don't. That's a good question. Okay, so I don't have a mental image on how the chibi will look like when I draw, but I know what I need to apply when I reach certain situations. It's something like a math formula. So if I see collar, I know I have to enlarge it in a certain degree. When I see a very simple looking pants, I know what I need to do. Should I bend the lines, or should I keep it very parallel because there's accessories, because I want the accessories to be having the main highlight. So I have mental notes when I read the character, so when I apply it, I can apply it at a very fast pace, so you won't see me changing or erasing back and forth just to hit the right note. Yeah, but good question. Hamster are good. Yeah, they're good. Thank you. Okay, so that's it. And okay, we're just gonna upload. So you have any questions for you? Actually, how to pronounce your name?
Yeah.
Kiki.
No, glistening.
Glistening.
No, glistening. Like, you know, like shining, glistening.
Glistening.
Yeah, it's like exact same pronunciation.
Oh, glistening. Oh,
yes.
Okay. Interesting.
Yesterday you tried
Yeah.
pronounce
Yeah. Glistening. No. Okay. I practiced a few times. I know it.
Should I like make it simpler? Or
Please don't. It's a unique point, and everyone must have a unique point. And just let people pronounce. Make mistake, never mind. At least they know that how to pronounce, and then they'll practice more. Yeah, it's okay. Okay, so let's see your sketch.
Not done yet.
Not done yet. Okay, can. I gonna do the file, and then I'll do the uploading. And once you're done with your sketch, send me through Discord.
What's your Discord?
Oh, okay, wait. Let me add you first. How do I add people? Okay, so I'm supposed to send friend request. Wait. Find or start. Do you know your ID?
I can check right now. Listening 587.
GLI. This one, yeah? Okay. Hi. Okay, can. So once you're done with your sketch, you send to me. Then I'll I'll do a very brief look through, and then I see where I can push the boundary for your sketch.
Okay. I want to Spirit Boss Miona. I know you did it already.
Okay.
So I wanted to try to do it without referencing one.
Can. Good. That one is a very tough character because there's a lot of overlapping and big clothing. Can. Good.
I was thinking like how to do the sword, because there's already so many elements inside.
The key takeaway I can give you, because you have like Neo-P, you know how to draw already. The key thing when we play with Chibi is if the reference have 5 details,
right,
how do you choose only 2 details, but when people see it, they still know what you're drawing and still maintain the detail level? You can, to put it in a very ugly term, 偷工减料. It means, you know Chinese not okay.
Very bad Chinese.
It means that I build a house, but I don't use the correct amount of bricks. I take like a few bricks, but I build it, I still look like a house.
Oh.
It's a bad analogy.
So it's like to simplify it to the point where but you still can recognize it.
Yes, and people don't see it as a downplay. People don't read it as, it's like a watered down version.
It's your sound stage version.
Yeah, it's like you purposely emphasize this part, but you throw a lot of details already. But when they read it, oh nice, that's the impression. When you hit that note, then that's it already.
Okay.
Oh.
I want to get this inside. That's the thing, but then it might ruin the silhouette.
Then you must try.
Try. I'll try.
So later you send your reference to me together with your sketch.
Okay.
Then I'll show you my approach.
Okay. When would it be best to give it to you by?
No. Anytime, whenever you ready.
Okay. Alright.
Don't worry about the 9:30 thing. If you can stay longer, I'm more than happy to.
That'd be great.
The 9:30 thing is just really. I'm just afraid of maybe some young audience because some previously got those secondary school kids come, then their parents they'll be outside. Then 9:30 they'll be like, okay, go ready. So you come alone, then you can stay longer. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Let's do it.
That'd be nice.
Yeah.
Worth $88. Yeah.
I must make sure you all learn something. That's my goal. I don't really care. I just want you all to walk away with knowledge.
Actually, this is one of my first time drawing Chibi.
Not really?
Yeah.
Oh.
So I'm not really used to it. And I need to think about how will you draw this. I look at your drawing like, okay, I see. Alright, yeah.
There's a lot of things going on.
Yeah. So how usually it's very different.
It's very different.
Yeah. I think the hard part is the nose. Like, the nose, I'm like, wait a minute.
It's a simple oval, but it's just weird when sometimes you just draw.
I just thinking how is it working? Is it because it's the proportion compared to the rest of the body, face?
Okay, yeah. At least all these questions actually will give me a rough idea what are you actually thinking. So right now, what you are thinking through when you're drawing a chibi is you're thinking from a perspective of anatomy perspective. Proportion, okay, like 1:3 or 4:3. In chibi, yes, there is, but we don't really emphasize, or rather I don't emphasize. Last time I used to, because it's easier for me to bring the message across, like in between the eye is one eye length, or then everybody will like, okay, let's do the one eye. But now it's like, what is cute to you? That kind of thing.
What feels right?
Yes, what feels right. So rather than telling you that the nose is should be how big, I only can give you one tip, is you look at the screen over there. If let's say the drawing looks weird, no matter how I draw, how is it weird, just highlight the entire eyebrow together with the nose and just pull it slightly lower. Sometimes when we draw, especially coming from a normal perspective artist, they want to try chibi, they tend to draw it slightly higher because the normal face, the eyes is, the face proportion, so everything looks higher, and the nose, they will draw it further away, so it looks like a bit longish there. So in chibi, number one, the nose is very close to the eye, super close to the eye, and number two, the eye level is a lot lower than normal proportion, so I will just make it lower, or even sometimes just slowly pressing the down, up, and it hits right. Okay, that's it. So this is some of the tricks even until today I also use, because sometimes I draw, because I don't have, the bad thing is I don't have this 1:3 or 1:2. Sometimes I might draw slightly higher or lower, so when I feel something is off, I'll just do a highlight and I'll just press up and down and it hits that point. Okay, that's it, I'll move on. So these are some notes I can let you at least got some guidance lah. Okay, so this one save as a JPEG. Sketch.
And can they hear us right now? Or?
Can. Got the mics, because it will, same thing like what you see on the video. It's just whatever the mic picks up, and then you just go to the video, so they learn. And then if they got any questions, if they ask now, I answer. Other people that view the video later, if they have the same questions, they learn something as well.
Okay. Should I try to color before Thursday? Like after I leave, I go home, try to color it.
If you want, you can.
Then when I go to the workshop on Thursday, then you paint over, or?
Can. I won't paint, like for line art wise, I still can give you some guidance, but for painting wise, I won't. paint over into my style, but maybe I'll just highlight this area and then I'll just like enhance it for you, that kind, rather than, you know, sometimes you go outside those school, they take the student work and then they paint over and become another thing. I don't do these kind of things over here, because after all, I'm not a school, but rather I will show you what I see from my perspective, and then hopefully you can take something away and add it into your style.
Right.
I don't want you to become my style. This is the last thing I want you all to come, because especially you have already a particular style already. I must always emphasize it, although this is something that people will like, I follow this teacher, then I will slowly, before you know it, you start drawing like the teacher already, that kind of thing. So I've seen it a lot, and I don't want it to happen, especially to people who come in. I mean, you don't know how to draw, can you draw like me, can, but if you have a particular style, what I want you to take away is the theory section, what thing to look out for, what thing to throw away, and with all this knowledge that you learn with your current style, it enhance your new package, that kind of thing. So let's say today you walk away with your Lineart, Wednesday you're free, you're at home, you want to color, yeah, sure, go ahead. So on Thursday when you reach here, you can really just focus and then see how I paint,
Right.
and then after that, and then again you see how I paint, you look at your style. If you want to duplicate, slowly enhance also can. Then after that I'll do edit, a small edit over your color. Okay, don't need to wait until that day then start coloring. Can.
Right.
Any questions, just feel free to ask. Let me just throw it up here first. Share out some here. Upload this. Yes, if you struggle drawing the legs, is normal. It's perfectly normal if you struggle to draw the legs. Same thing for the hands, but it takes a lot of practice to get used to the curve, because the first impression when you start curving those thighs, it's you yourself will find it weird before your audience find it weird. So you have to get past that stage first. Then after that, when you start appreciating your own approach of curving the legs, then when you start enjoying drawing these kind of shapes, that's where you draw very fast already. The starting phase is always very weird. Even for myself, when I change the shape of the character, that I just play around, fool around, I always have this weird feeling, but I know I'm trying out something, so I don't pay too much attention to my own feelings, and I just go ahead with it. So these are very important things now. Okay, let me just do this. Upload to these sites. Especially those who are drawing at home, I want you to, if you can, have your own social media, upload your drawings, whatever it is, your sketch, your line art, and your color. Upload these 3 stages onto your own social media. Not to show me. You can show me, you can add me, but more on your own progress. It's like a diary, but it's like an art diary. So when after a week later you draw a new character, or maybe a month later when you draw a character after practicing a few characters, you can see your slow progress, and with that you will notice that where did you make the mistake. Your mistakes will look more obvious to you, and you will improve a lot faster. So these are things that we want to hit. Time is very valuable, so we want to use all these tools that are available out there to just make our drawing process faster and more enjoyable. Okay, let's see here. What is the text that last time I used to put? Sketch Class Lineart live on YouTube. Work in progress. GOH. Hashtag off. Let's go. Post. Same thing, tweet it out. Gonna grab the phone. So any questions, feel free to ask, and then later on I'll come back and read your comments. So if let's say for me, I've been drawing for like 40 minutes, I reached a sketch. If you are a beginner, you're learning for the first time, it's normal, you're still sketching. Don't rush, okay? I will try to emphasize, I'll remember to keep emphasizing these kind of pointers. It's because I've been drawing for a while already, for many years. So it's normal that you're not on my pace. That's why I purposely made the main platform, which is YouTube, so that even after the session you can watch at your own pace and then scrub through the video and to see which area or which section of this live stream is suitable for you, or you want to just hear it one more time so that you can learn at your own rate. So don't rush, don't panic and say, oh no, it's after the sketch phase already, I should rush. Don't rush. Yeah. Like all these things I say right now is because last time I went to FZD. I'm not sure you know about the school. Yeah, I went FZD. Oh. But I studied 3 months. It is through FZD that I realized I'm more of an illustrator, because I cannot understand the technical approach. But then it's also because of FZD inside the lecturers, they said some very key pointers to me that until today I always apply. Like for example, Feng, he said like every lesson he will actually remind us, which is the very first time, because I've been studying in poly 4 years, no one said that, and I see it's like he will actually bother to remind us and say, when he draw, he said, okay, now I'm going to draw this vehicle, and then he can just magically just draw that vehicle in a very quick period of time. But when he was drawing, he will emphasize, say that I've been drawing for like 10 years, so if you see me drawing this army tank within an hour, I expect you to draw in 10 hours. Every year, you shave away 1 hour. So he will give us this kind of mental notes to just calm our nerves, or rather, don't let us panic. And then when his submission day, he can tell whether this student put in 10 hours or an hour, because so it's a very, how to say, it's very helpful for the learning students to say that it's normal to be slow, because sometimes you get panic, or even the person sitting next to you is drawing so fast, like what, like do homework, like, hey, how come you can so fast? Maybe the person have been drawing 5 years already, that's why he joined the school, that kind of thing. So as someone that is guiding people, it's really our duty to just make sure that, okay, whoever that's watching right now, I don't know you, but I want to tell you that it's okay to draw at your own pace. It's perfectly fine. You can take 5 hours, 10 hours, so long you finish it. That's all I ask from you, that kind of thing. So these are some things that I learned through the school. and it's really helpful. Like even though it's a very competitive place, but it's definitely shaped me to be what I am, or rather, the mental approach to the subject matter, lor.
FZD is for concept, like for like
yeah, it's definitely more of like an industrial how to say approach. It's like they prepare you how to churn things out at a very fast pace, at a huge quantity, so that the company have a rough idea, direction on how to move on from there, rather than paying you that amount to get the Charizard drawn for that trading card game. It's a very different kind of thing. Like the school that you're gonna go to, I think it's like 3D Sense. That one is like more on Illustrator. Yeah. So it's like really like a game, very two different route, like where you want to go. For me, is I paid 50% of the school fee just to realize that I was an illustrator. I took the half. So yeah, it's best that you can hopefully, if you know where you want to be, you are very firm, then yeah, just go ahead. With whatever you choose, these two schools are extremely powerful schools. Right. You put in the right amount of grind, you'll walk away as a change, or rather a very improved person. You don't put in the amount of grind, you walk away with a very depressed person. Yeah, really, it's like I waste my money. And you can see those people who don't draw as good as you suddenly improve and go beyond you. Okay, you legit feel that rush. Wow, I tell you, it hit you like a train hit your face, that kind of thing.
I'm gonna looking forward to the experience.
Yeah.
Before FZD, were you in like a game art or a digital animation diploma?
Yeah, I was studying in what you call animation diploma in Ngee Poly.
Ngee Poly.
I studied there, but it also the same thing happened. It seems like I always make this mistake. It is true that 3 years of animation diploma, I realized that I don't like 3D and I only like 2D. So during that 3 year, I had a very good 3D friend, so I took over his 2D assignments. And yeah, so we did that, and on our FYP, the final year, the 3rd year, which we were supposed to do a project like a game, I handled all the 2D drawings, the concept art and everything else, while he handled all the 3D modeling and animation.
I see.
So we end up, over there, it's through the 3 year I know what I like, and again in FCD, it's true that I think it was like 3 months. 3 months. I know I really firm that okay, I want to be an illustrator, but the notes, the mental notes, and the things to approach is still the same now, no matter where you go.
I mean, for you in the end, it worked out pretty well, did
it? At the end, like currently, then it's like yeah, it made sense. But during that phase of dropping out, I go and tell my mom and say, I want to drop out. My wife was like, hey, why you want to drop out? Like everyone was like beside you and like saying, you serious or not? There's so much money. It's like there's a lot of question marks. Even myself, should I drop out, lose the face and everything else? It's just a very stressful thing. So see whether how you want to handle it. But so that's why like you see, every time I post, wow, I want to be famous when I draw 10,000. I always put myself. It's a mental note to myself. Although it looks like a joke, it's like, what is this person doing? To me, it's my personal agenda. It's if I dare to put it out there, at the end of the day, I want to just show my mom that, hey, you let me choose this. It's not more. It's beyond myself. I want to prove to my mom that whatever she put in her son, I can make it. So. Same thing for you. What is your bigger purpose? You can be the very good artist. You can draw the nicest female. But what's your bigger purpose? What's your higher purpose? Because one day it's going to hit you in your face that say someone is going to draw nicer than you. But you need a bigger purpose to go even further. For me, it's like, wow, 1 AM already. I'm so tired. But I need to draw. I need to work hard. Because if I don't work hard, I won't be famous. I won't be famous. How do I tell my mother? That kind of thing, you need that extra thrill.
I see. Okay.
It's a very crazy thing, this career. It's not easy. It's really not easy. If you want easy money, really quit now. Go and get just 9 to 5 job. Really, this career is really shitty. 真的. Because it's too subjective already. What is nice? What is beautiful? What is cute?
Right. I mean, if I wanted money, I would have the 3D already.
Yeah.
But I mean, I know I don't want 3D, so I took 2D.
Good. But one thing is for sure, like hard work definitely pay off. Hard work definitely pay off. If you hardworking, the world can see one.
Right. True.
Okay, now that I post some more. Okay. So now we're going to move into the Lineart. So same thing as previous week. In the Lineart, there are 3 phases. So we're going to do the first phase, which is what I call it as the HD. We're going to make our sketch into the HD version. So we're not going to worry about any line weight or any fancy thick outlines. We're just going to follow that thin sketch line, and out of that 2-3 strokes, we're going to pick that one stroke that looks the best, or rather to bring out the vibe of your sketch. So this is the phase 1 of the Lineart. We're going to split into 3 phases. Yeah. Here. So if you are learning, if you're new and you're drawing at home, always choose a simple character. Start off with a simple character. Maybe after drawing 2, maybe 3 simple characters, then you can start moving on to those bulky armors like World of Warcraft, Starcraft and Marines, those kind of bulky ones. Yeah. We always see drawing like a game. It's like you don't straight away go and kill the demon lord. Yeah, you start off by killing the wolves, the pigs, the frogs, the goblins. So always start off with something simple, and once you can manage it, then you slowly level up. If you start applying this kind of game theories into your art skill, your level, it all makes sense already lah. Okay, so this one here. Here, I'm gonna curve it downwards. Whee. This one, neck area. And the unhappy face. Skull across the forehead. Over here I want the sideburns to be slightly sharper, because we always relate this kind of sharp fangs and this kind of more edgy look to this kind of villains. So I want to just make it the sideburns to be just slightly sharper. Curve the earring, more shapes to the hair. The horns up here. Curving it downwards. A bit too close. It's curving a bit more. No, too much. Yep. Maybe I'll just curve this one as well. And then I got this. Same for this one here. No. Cross into the eye. Oops. That's quite good. Right. This one could be bad, so. Slightly thicker. Color. So don't worry about the shadows and everything else. We'll touch on that later on. Right now we just want to get the overall shape out. Here, going downwards. You have the beads over here, overlapping the bigger ones. In between is a small one here. Close. Downwards. Same thing, going downwards as well. The hand. It's gonna be really simple shape. And then the cross. No, bulk it up, just make it slightly bigger. And then draw the lines just to emphasize the volume, the thickness. The inner shirt, collarbone. Middle line. Same for the other side. Shoulders, bit of curves. Again, the hands over here. And the red section of the inner shirt. Hands. So I want to emphasize that, say, this shape over here for the legs is actually really hard to draw it and feel right while you're drawing. Even though you can see that, okay, very simple lines, but it's normal to feel weird while you're drawing your own version. It takes a few practices just to get the right angle, the right curves, so that everything will look right. Okay, it's normal if you're feeling a bit weird. Hands, yeah, I'm just gonna draw these hands. Okay, the flower pattern. Then just make sure again, flip your canvas to see everything is okay. And yep, I think I could afford to just add a shape here, yeah, because they feel a bit empty on this area, so I'm gonna add in a shape, like something like this. Yep, okay. So this is the phase one for the line art, which is just pure HD-fying, making a HD version of your sketch. I'm gonna take a picture first. Snipping to save as WIP2, as well as the JPEG version, which is Lineart 1. All these materials are available on the Discord, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. They'll be there for you to download and see and save for your own reference. The only difference is at the end, if you really want the working file, I'll be putting up on Patron, but they'll only be accessible for patrons only. But if not, the video and the progress images, the work in progress images, will be available on the social media platforms. Okay, so again, I'm gonna upload this. Highlight this one. Lineart phase one. I'm gonna start naming these different stages, so in future I'll try to use the same terms so that we'll be on the same page when I say all these terms. So this is called Lineart phase one. So if you have any questions, don't be shy, ask in the comments, and at every upload I'll read through the comments and I'll get back to you whenever I see your questions. Now, hopefully I'm still here to hear your answers. Okay, I'm just gonna tweak this one. Just add another tweak so it's easier to view on the track. Lineart phase one. Tweet it out. Check if any questions. Did you study art as a student? Yes, sort of, but mainly animation. How do you determine where to put those random dots in your art? There is no rule regarding that, but whenever when I draw that stroke and I cannot draw any further, I'll just stop. I'll just add a few dots and I'll continue. Especially super long areas, like say maybe around the hair, around the legs area, I'll usually apply this one. Whenever my strokes cannot extend entirely throughout the screen, I'll stop, make sure the line still look firm and curved, add a few dots, and I'll continue from there. Some people prefer to draw one line, one shot. For me, I don't want, I hate undo, draw, undo. I don't like that, so I just add a dot. Okay, here there's no questions. Okay. Gonna post it up on the Insta. Just gonna go Facebook and copy the text. Select all, copy. Paste, and then I'm gonna name it Lineart Phase 1. Lineart Phase 1. Show it to the stories. There we go. Okay. Alright, so we have the Lineart Phase 1. Now we're going to move on to Phase 2. So for Phase 2, it's all about just thickening the overall structure. Or rather, let's see, where should I go for? Yeah, I think I will go to use this approach. So for Phase 2, we're going to use a thicker size brush. And then we're going to thicken the overall line, the outer line, just give it a frame. Yeah. So we're gonna give our line art a frame so that it doesn't look that weak or very flimsy, and plus it's a very simple drawing, so we're gonna now bulk it up to make it look more interesting. So same thing, just gonna go at 66%, and we're just gonna do it, bulk it up over here. Lock it up here, over here as well. Lock all the lines. We're not gonna worry about the content that's inside the character. We're just looking on the outer side. So by breaking down the drawing process into different phases, stages, it makes it more approachable, and it's not that overwhelming. The last thing I want you to feel when listening to the tutorial, it's being overwhelmed by the information. So I try to break it down into very simple stages and very bite-sized stages, so that when you hit this milestone, okay, cool, now you're gonna move on to the next stage. And then gonna curve on the outside here. On the other side, down again. Okay. Curve it. Curve this place. And for the hand, Just gonna make it jut it out a bit so that it doesn't fall on the same line. Even for all these side, because all these are gaps, so we want to make sure that the line is a little thicker than this section over here. Yeah. Curve outwards. Cut some more. So just focusing on the outer line, don't worry on the content, just outside. Okay, so we have that. Just gonna add some dots, some dirt by the side here, so it looks more interesting. Okay, so this is the phase 2, adding a frame to the line art. So I'm gonna turn on and off the layer for you to view, so you can see. So phase 1, pure line art, just really drawing the very simple lines. There's nothing with the bare bones, the skeleton of the line art. And phase 2, adding a frame to the line art. So now that the line art looks more firm, stronger, more bold. It's really like typing in words, but you're just bolding it up. Instead of just bolding a word, you're bolding the entire character. Yeah. Okay, so same thing. I'm just gonna do the image. I'm gonna snap it. I'm gonna get some bug. You just keep jumping. I'm just gonna do this one. Save it. Snip it too. New. Snip this. Save as. In progress 3. Save it as oops. Save it as JPEG. Lineart 2. Save. So control it up on the discount. And then see if there's any questions. So far still no questions. Okay, all good. If you have any questions, don't be shy, just feel free to ask. Because the whole point of doing the voice tutorial is really to cater to any questions that you might have along the way. Maybe you see when I draw certain things you don't understand, just feel free to ask. Okay, phase 2, got this one here. Phase 2. another tweak to this. Phase 2. Tweet it out. And I'm going to post on Insta. What I'm doing right now is the same when I'm drawing the normal chibis. This is the routine I always go through, just that for the normal days chibi, I don't break down into so many different phases. I just do sketch, line art and color, that's it. But the way I upload, the way I prepare the files for upload, this is my usual process if you are interested in applying it to your own process as well, because I find it more streamlined. Won't be jumping around all different. You won't see me like suddenly going on Twitter first then Facebook. I always do Facebook, Twitter. I always go from Discord first, then Facebook, then Twitter, then Insta. Because how do I get the image to my phone? It's through the Discord. I put it up through the computer, and from the mobile phone I will log in through the app and I'll download it and I'll upload on Insta. Yeah. Previously I used Google Drive, but sometimes it doesn't sync up that fast or there's some errors. So Discord seems to be the most stable one for me. So yeah, let's see. It's gonna upload this to Insta. Here. Phase 2. Lineart phase 2. The key thing to take away here, like just now someone asked whether the mental image. I don't have a mental image on how the lineup will look like by phase 3, but I'm very certain that by phase 3, with the way I do things, by breaking down things that are very manageable, I'm very confident that it will look nice. I tell myself it will look nice. So that's why when I'm doing phase 1, I'm not worried that it looks very flimsy, it looks bad, should I erase this? But no, there's no such thought in my head. I'll just go in, tackle, just do what I need to do, and I get out. The most common mistake is when you're drawing the lines, you always feel, it looks not as strong as the manga that I like. This line looks a bit weak and stuff, and that's where your time is being consumed and you get erased and it doesn't look good. Why it doesn't look good? It's not the end product. The end product is at phase 3, where everything looks good at the end. So that's a very common beginner mistake, is that they erase on the same particular area, overly invest time in that, maybe that face, and end up the hands and the legs, everything just looks much weaker. So don't dig this kind of hole for yourself. Yeah. Okay, same thing over here. Just gonna draw it up here, which is phase 2. Alright, so now we will be doing the phase 3. Okay, see phase 3. Same thing, we will get a new layer, so it's easier to show you what's the difference like. So for phase 3, that's where we're gonna tackle the content of the drawing. Just gonna make the brush slightly, maybe at 60. That's where you start adding this kind of chicken scratches inside. Just thickening the lines here. I feel like just making the eye slightly bigger. eyebrows. This is what we call line weight. There's some thin and thickness in the line art. I think now I need to be thinner as closer to the eye area here. Scratch away slightly a bit. Yep, that looks cool. Skull. Some line weight. Same thing for the hair, some chicken scratches. Area here, some shadows. Because this area here, the shape is very big, it's very plain, so we just add some hatch marks, some chicken scratches lines, just to fill up the blank space so it doesn't look that boring. Okay. Nose. Slightly adding a bit here. I think the nose can afford to be slightly bigger, a bit. Okay. Face, the collar. Same thing here. Remember to just shave it away if there's if it's too thick. If the thickness is too consistent, don't be afraid to just shave it away, just erase it so that you can create this line weight. Yeah. The beads as well. Some thick and thin lines. Shadow, custard down here. Flower pattern. Slightly thicker. Add in a thin line just to show the volume of the jacket. Same thing here, a bit of lines. Thin to thick. Some shadows, flower, line weight. Same thing here. Some shadows. Some lines. Maybe not here. This is enough here. Same thing here, looks a bit plain. And the lines. And the buttons, although the drawing doesn't have buttons, I just add in just a bit extra detail. Maybe two. Some shadow lines. Back area. The knee is slightly bending, so I just draw a triangle just to show the knee that's bending. Shadow lines. The lines here looks a bit too consistent, so a bit of thin and thick just to make it slightly more interesting. some lines here. This area here as well. Alright, so this is what I call the phase tree of Lineart. So I'm going to show you the difference. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'm just going to give me a second. I'm going to do an image here. File, new, A3, create, rotate this out. I'm going to put them side by side so it's a lot easier for you to see as a reference. So the 3 phases here. So a little more. So with all these images, they assist you. You are more confident that your art will look good even before you reach the phase 3. You need that amount of confidence. If not, you'll always be stuck at maybe either phase 1 or either at phase 2, and things that could be done in probably 3 hours, you take up to 4 or even 6, and before you know it, although it's time, but emotionally, mentally, you have been drained because of all the trial and error. And when you color, you just want to get it done quickly. So that's we call it burnout. So we don't want to burn ourselves out. At every phases, we must know what's our objective, and when we hit it, we move on to the next objective and you hit it. So you don't get yourself overly stressed, or you put a lot of this kind of weight on yourself. Okay, so I'm just gonna write here. Phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. Okay. So again, all these images I'll be throwing up online, so you can always feel free to use it at your comfort at home or wherever you are viewing it from. Save it as a JPEG Lineart 4. Close this one. No. JPEG Lineart 3, and then yeah, the snippet 2. I should pin it. Let me just pin this one first. Pin. New. Break it out. Save as WIP 4. So close this. So I'm going to throw all these images onto that Discord. If you want to download and save much easier at the actual resolutions, feel free to join the Discord, because the images will be thrown out the share your art section. If not, Twitter, Facebook, the images will be there. Feel free to download it as well. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, Lineart. And then over here, same thing on the social media. 1, 2, and 3. Just going to copy the text here. Phase 3, phase 3, phase 3. The tweet here. 3 images. Again, if you have any questions, if you just join, if any point of time, if you have any doubt, feel free to type in the comment. Don't be shy. I don't know you, you don't know me. Just type it out and I'll get back to you as soon as possible. Take this. Okay. Okay. Hi, Jin Tat. Hi, Rifleman. Okay. Can you talk more about brushes? Okay, so for my case, I don't have a lot of brush. This is a key thing and I want to emphasize. Good question. I want to emphasize this is that I'm a strong believer for brushes and tools. Tools are brushes actually. So my brush are very simple brush. There's nothing fancy about it. It's really the default brush. If you load up Photoshop or any drawing program, it always comes with a round hard brush. What my brushes are, I just make them into a oval and I turn it slightly, I think about 25 degree or 50 degree, or rather a slanted oval like a marker, and that's it. A round hard brush, I repeat again, a round hard brush, I squish it into an oval and I slant it. That's it. So anywhere I go, I can replicate this, and when I'm drawing, I don't waste time changing brushes because the drawing is very simple. Because brushes is supposed to enhance your drawing and your painting to make things move faster or to create a certain effect. So with this brush, over the years, it allows me to play and create many different unique things. So this is my brush, and yeah, you can actually make it at home right now. But good question. Yes, thank you, Rifleman. Thank you. Yeah, I'll just keep drawing and hopefully along the way attract more and more artists or even hobbies out there, and just play along and enjoy this drawing process. The tablet I'm using right now is this one. So it's an XP pen, G640S, and it's, let me just get you the Amazon link. So at least you got some price that you can fall back on. XP pen, G640S, I think. Yeah, Amazon. This one. I'm just gonna paste it to you over here. So the tablet that I'm using right now in the live stream, as you can see through the camera, it costs about 70 USD, or maybe I think in USD is about 60, because this is Singapore pricing. Yeah, so in US this one should cost roughly around 60 to 70, depend on the dealer. It's the low-end drawing tablet by XP Pen. So I want also to prove to you that no matter whatever tools you are using, if I can draw something like this with this tablet, pretty much any tablet can do the same. Okay, so you don't have to spend a lot of money just to draw a certain style, or at least in this style. Maybe some certain style you need a better tablet, yeah, but at least drawing this chibi you don't need to. Okay, can. So let me think, did I post some Insta? Wait, let me just check. But yeah, these kind of questions, no matter how many times you ask, I will definitely be more than happy to answer, because if every live stream there's a new viewer, I'm more than happy to let you know that the tools doesn't really matter, doesn't play a big role, but rather is your understanding of lines, your understanding of shapes, and the persistence to keep trying is actually the key component in drawing. Okay, so let me just save it up here. download, and download. Okay, just gonna throw out the Insta. Edit. Select all, copy. So if Insta viewer, so the images are just for browsing because you can't really download from Insta and it's being cropped. But at least you in one shot you can just see, okay, so different phases how it looks like. Okay, this one here. Just gonna throw it up. Phase phase 3. Select all, copy, share. Then I got this as well. Lineart phase 1, 2, 3, share. Almost done. Let's see. Share. Share. Good. Got it. Okay. Yes, come.
Yeah, I'm done with this sketch.
Can, come. You send me. Let's see.
PNG or PNG, right? Or
PNG, PSD, JPEG also can.
Okay.
Let's see. I'm excited to see yours.
But you've held this similar workshop before, right? You said you taught people this similar things before, right?
During that time I can't draw for them because one shot that time got 5 students. Then within 2 hours I unable to draw for everyone.
I see.
But rather in between I was doing things like walking around. Okay, sketch. Okay, you all do sketch, 10 minutes sketch. Then I walk, just okay, you must change here, change. Then after that, okay, now I'm going to show you Lineart. Okay, now your turn Lineart. It's very broken. The whole process was very broken.
I see.
Then I didn't really enjoy teaching it because I felt that the students are always being interrupted by myself who is the one teaching. So
Yes.
yeah.
By chance, do you have any like snacks or anything or food?
Don't
have for them. I haven't sell them.
If you want, downstairs got kopitiam, you can buy, come out and eat if you want. You never eat dinner?
No, I woke up very late.
Huh? Okay. Tell you what, you send it to me, and then you go down, just downstairs, and then you later I show you the direction.
Okay.
You can just go and buy food and then you come up. Then I'll look through your sketch. Well, the good thing is I'm not inside a shopping mall, so don't have security guard come here knock my door. Hey, hello, close shop. That kind.
Right.
So don't need to worry about that. See here.
What?
Yeah, send.
Found them.
Just send.
Oh, those your these?
Huh? Wait, what? Which one?
Just not the file. These ones.
This one?
No, before that.
This one?
Ah.
Yeah, I made an album.
Ooh. I never seen. It was it's like a less chibi version of it.
Oh yeah, I have. I was playing around and just trying things out. But then after the Fire Force Company 8, I did like 6 pieces. I stopped already because I want to focus on chibi.
I see. I mean, I never really seen your like
this kind?
anime style. Yeah.
Yeah. I rarely draw it. I think it's like after 5 years then I draw this one. I stopped drawing like that for 5 years already.
Oh, I see.
Then it was like, oh, I feel like doing something like this. Let's try it. Okay, I enjoy, but it's just pulling me further away from hitting 10k chibi. So no, I don't want.
Oh, I see.
Yes. Okay, that's enough. Okay, let's see. PSD. Send me your reference.
Oh, right. 1 sec.
So I got a comparison.
By now, is the stream going to be finished already at 9:30 or?
No, just continue run until we end. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
it's okay. I don't. The 9:30 is really more for students who are parents that are outside waiting for them only.
Okay, cool.
For me, if you can stay longer and then I can get the message across to you, even better.
I think I just need some food that I'm hungry.
Can.
Yeah.
Can.
Right, send it me.
Okay. So now. Okay, can. I'll look through. I'll do some notes, but I'll still explain to you, and then when you get back. Okay, so let me just show you where's the kopitiam.
I think as long as I get the last train. The last train I have.
Okay, let's see. Yawn, Spirit Blossom. Hey. Downloads. Damn, the file is big. What's the difference between the different stages? Okay, got the shapes there. Okay, body. Eyes slightly lower. Okay, can. Alright. Alright, so this is a drawing by one of the students that's currently with me in the studio. And I'll be drawing over and then applying some of my techniques. Let's see how do we get it across. Okay, it's not raining bar. Okay. So it's gonna be lower until something like this. match the thickness. I think 10 should be okay. 10 and 4. First thing will be the cheek area. Bigger. Okay, the first thing, let's see, cheek area here. So this thing about sketch is that try to make it as light as possible so it doesn't steal all the energy away. The cheek is really important, so you want to make it curve. This is slant the head downwards here. Okay. Slant it. Then curve it up. Neck area here. Nose could be higher. Nose could be slightly higher, roughly over here. Just a bit lower, smaller. The eyes really represents a person's style, so won't be really touching into it. Eyebrow wise, you can just play around with the shapes. On a firm, solid frown. Forehead mark could be smaller. So even if it's a key feature, sometimes if you draw it too big, it'll be taking too much attention. I'm gonna follow the same eye style, which is gonna be this. Now they're gonna eye out, so roughly the nose, we know how much we can actually draw. The hair, a bit of details, not too much, not too much. Bring it downwards. So the key thing about draw over is maintaining the student's style. not changing it to mine, but rather guiding them in their own perspective to see the shapes that could be enhanced even more. That's the key thing about drawing over. The ear here slightly lower. Don't want the ear to be too high. Got the diamond shapes. Extra for the sideburn. Stronger shapes because they're a bit flimsy, at least for the line art. So what we're gonna do, firm it up. Make it sharper. Here, if you want to curve backwards. Again, sharper lines over here as well. The horns as well as the hair. So we got two pieces by the side. Make it into a rectangle. If not, they look like a donut, French loaf. Could be slightly thinner. Cross marks here. You managed to find food? Hell? Yeah, okay. Okay.
Only one store was open though.
Oh. Yeah, they start closing at 8 plus. So if Thursday you drop by, if you want to buy dinner, you let me know. Then 8 plus, then you must go and buy. If not, they start closing, cleaning up.
Oh, okay.
Wait, I get you another table.
Oh, okay.
So at least the food beside, so you can makan on the side.
Would it be cool after the class I could ask you about the luggage?
Where to buy?
More like, I guess, which ones to buy?
Oh, can. I'm not sure whether still have or not because, but I only got, it's really cheap luggage, but it's a good one. Later I should tell you.
Okay.
You have to buy luggage for what? The merchandise?
Yeah.
For the future.
For the future.
Okay.
Thank you.
So you makan, then you slowly see while I draw over.
Okay. I was watching it while I was waiting for the.
Huh? Really?
Yeah.
You no need to watch.
No, I wanted to see like what you think. I mean, it's pretty natural, I think.
When I first see your sketch, okay, okay, so when I first see your sketch, which is this, like that, immediately I can tell that, okay, so you are trying to compress a lot of information into the chibi. You're trying to fit in as much as you can and throwing, but then you did your best already. There are a lot of room for improvement. I'll be very direct lah, but I will try to be as constructive. Means that if I say something, I must give you a solution. Okay, so there are a lot of shapes conflicting with each other in the drawing. For one, will be this one. When I say conflicting, means that I see similar sizes. Okay, wait. So I see over here and here, these two folds, and then around this size. It looks like it's the same chunk. There are 4 pieces by the side. The next one will be over here. These two is like the French loaf, which is round when this rectangle, and then you draw it, and it is directly like metal piece, like wow, immediately 插出来, like just straight away coming out by the side. And then over here, when it's supposed to be loose and floaty, it's very stiff and very stern, like okay, it's like a metal plate, like metal armor like that. So sometimes when we draw shapes and we draw lines, it sort of represent the material, even without the colors. It shows the vibe lah, the essence is very important. The weapon wise, these two weapons by the side, you capture it because it's really hard to capture the sword because it's supposed to be long, and by shortening it, sometimes it looks like a dagger and everything else. So the proportion wise, yes, it does have the vibe of the weapons of Yon. So this is a good job over here. And on the head area, which is the hardest one, you definitely have your own flavor inside. And when I do draw over, I must draw in your style. Right. Means that I'm not going to apply like how I draw the eyes or how I approach on the clothing, the flow and everything else. I'll base off your sketch, and with my understanding and skill, I will follow your flow. But as if I show you after 3 months of practicing, this is something what you look like, you know, like your evolution, that kind of thing. And then so now I'm just gonna play around, and then just to relax, I'll say it's as if like it's a very tense kid coming into the first day of class. Now I'm gonna just relax the lines a bit, relax the drawing so it can breathe a bit more. So you just enjoy your food and then see. Got any questions? Just stop me.
Actually, I did have a question. I was watching. I mean, is it your brush setting? Because like, in terms of like when you put less pressure, then you can make a thin line. You put like more pressure. Because my brush doesn't do that.
Yes. So my brush setting, I set the opacity to 80%. So if let's say it's 100. Which is most artists or rather students, is like that huh?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, but if it's 80, you can create a lighter and a more depth. This one.
Okay.
So whenever my lines overlap with each other, it seems like something is more than just overlapping, and then it has this illusion that it has a more depth. So this is one of the thing I enjoy, and I always don't like the concept of using the darkest color here because it steals the attention of the overall drawing.
Right.
It's like unlike a manga when there's no colors, then which is the line but when we are doing things and we are drawing, I always prefer to use a lighter color, and then when it's being viewed as a whole, it looks nicer and softer. So 80% is the setting I always go for. And then this one is very dependent on your brush sensitivity as well as your own personal preference. Some people prefer dark, then you go with dark color. Some people like and soft like myself, and then you can do it light and soft.
While I was drawing Chibi, I was very confused by the placing mouth and the nose.
Ah, yes. So, based off your drawing here, which is this one. Yeah, okay. So, this is the line. Okay, wait. If I could just use the color to just mark it out. So, if let's say this is your nose line, and say this is your mouth line. When I draw, red color represents mine, will be this one. So actually I shift your nose even higher. The mouth, I lower it down and I make it smaller.
The reason for it, is it just because it looks nicer? I mean,
yes.
In terms of like, not exactly because of the
proportion rule, golden rule, no,
yeah,
nothing.
There's none of that, just
none.
Nice.
Yes.
Like, anime has that kind of thing where like they don't really follow any of that. And
yeah.
Look for nice shapes.
Correct.
That's the reason, is it?
It's really, one is definitely personal preference. Two, it's my personal preference. Even though it's a personal preference, it's like I've tried many and okay, so this is, I think, is the nicest. So that's why out of 10 people who see the way I set things, at least 7 will say, hey, not bad. Maybe 3 will be reaffirmed that this is not. But I know at least 7 will be on my side.
I see.
I can never convince 10 people directly say, hey, the nose and the mouth here is gonna be the nicest. There's no way, accept that fact. But I know at least 7 and I'm happy with that.
Okay.
So for your case, if you prefer this, I think it's nice, go ahead, stick to it.
Okay.
And by the 10th drawing, I'm very certain you will do minor changes, maybe not obvious, but when you hit your 100th drawing and you come back to your very first one, unknowingly you will find that you have either moved to the side or even enlarged or shrink. Your eyes will be how to say, will actually, more experience, and then it will, and then you will also be consistently looking up reference, and subconsciously you will pick up people way of approach and the positioning. So that's separate someone who read pure theory and just draw for the first time, and someone who has been like draw and not really theory based, just draw and just got the vibe and just hit the essence point, which is the X factor, that's what we call it.
But what the dude is drawing, he must be doing a lot of thinking, so it can't be.
Yeah, got a lot of thinking. It's just that oversimplified out. I just draw one dot, then like.
Because I know like many artists who like going blind, like they don't really think what they draw, then doesn't really lead to results.
Even if a very experienced artist going blind and just draw something that looks very nice, even they say if their mouth and tell you, I didn't put in much thinking, or I just go with my flow. That flow is the muscle memory of your hand. The flow is the years of that curve, using the elbow to curve. Why you curve that certain degree, which inexperienced artists holding the same equipment, they will curve and the line look a bit like jagged. All these are in you already, To put it even simpler for you to understand, it's like, let's see. So to the most simple term, I always try to find the most simple term. It's like how you need to measure something. Okay, I tell you measure 1 meter, put one chair, 1 meter, put one chair. To someone, an event organizer who every time put chair on, I can tell you for sure, they go to the event, they just put the chair, and it will be 1 meter apart. They don't use a ruler because they're so experienced. Every day do. Right. 就是他的 estimation, the judgment, all this will be very precise now. But again, all these things takes time. It's not like overnight. So I can show you, and then you got a mental note and say, okay, I will pay more attention to this area. When I look up reference, I'll pay more attention. Then after drawing, you will improve automatically. All this improvement all automatic one. But must draw lah. Must draw.
One thing that I see that you have, which I know, is like confident shapes. You, like one stroke. Like for me, like it's like most of the time, at least half the time, will be not the stroke that I want. Then I decided I erase a bit, then I try to draw again. Or I mean, it's not chicken scratches, but it's
I know.
It's like there are a more in between your one and my scratching.
Yes. Correct. I was like that. I can show you my old drawings. It is exactly the same. It's like I draw because like this character, and then there are some other Japanese character. Even though they're different, some clothing elements is roughly the same. It might be a rectangle for this character, but it might be a circle. But still, the shape and everything else is roughly there. So the more you draw, when I see your shape, I immediately know that how I can change just to make it look slightly nicer, or just enhance it a bit, that kind of thing. The shapes, this one also another is a mileage. This is definitely a mileage, yeah. But then, if I want to put theory to just make you understand it better, rather than just say, oh, go with the flow, practice will make perfect, this kind of very vague answers, I always keep a zoom out version. That's one. Because just now, were you zooming in all the way to draw, or were you drawing at 100% like overview?
Any variety, like
you in out zoom.
In out,
okay, can.
Most of the time around that.
Around like that, okay, can. Okay. So if you are drawing at majority always at this zoom out view, whenever you draw the shapes, especially for this case, when you draw this area here, okay, I'll use this one. When you're drawing this area like this, you set up the strokes already, and you look before you start putting any details or moving on. Check, are these two the same thickness? If they are, stop. I need to change. I need either I want to make it on top one bigger, or I want to make the lower one bigger.
And this ties to big, small, medium.
Yes,
small.
It applies to major shapes or major folds in your drawing. If I'm drawing these two pieces that are coming out, stop, check. Are these two, are the lines vertical? Are they parallel with one another? If they are, okay, means I must change the shape. I must make the object that is further, which is now is theory based, further away from the camera, is smaller. This kind of thing. Right. So when I'm drawing, my brain is on autopilot and always flushing with me all these rules and regulations. You see, I don't say it out, but unknowingly my eyes is always adapting and checking, self-checking for all these things. So if I were to put it in theory for you to just have a mental note, yes, these are the things that I'm going consistently when I'm drawing. Whether is it the hair, whether is it the eye, every single item when I'm drawing, even the beads around the waist, I will draw this one slightly bigger, maybe this one slightly smaller, and this one maybe further. I'll just add one even detached, because I know size variation makes drawing interesting. This is the golden rule, so I will just apply it whenever I can. So don't be fooled by the simple drawing. That's don't be fooled by a very simple drawing, because there are actually also many things going on, and I would say respect any kind of drawing, because some artists or some students say, this chibi very simple.
Did you say it in your face?
No. Yeah, they'll say it, but they're not insulting. They're not insulting me, but because you compare to, let's say, Art Jam, or maybe to any of those high-end ones, this is definitely a lower end or a cheaper, or rather a more simple version, a really dumbed down version. But if you are drawing it, then you must respect the subject matter and say, okay, whatever I learn on a proper proportion one, I must apply the rules when I'm drawing this one. And then if you can do that, I can tell you for sure, your drawing will be good. If you always think simple dumbed down version. Anyhow simple shape can, then your drawing will reflect whatever you think. This is a common mistake lah.
I think, I mean, like I wasn't thinking like that, but it's more like because I don't draw chibi, then I don't know what to think.
Oh yeah, yes. I can see that you really applied whatever you have been drawing on a daily basis, because you have been drawing full proportion one. There's a lot of details. There's a lot of space for you to slot in details. Now I shrink your space. Yes, if I take away your space, so
then like which shades do I use?
Yes.
What shades do I use? Like, and then the details also cannot be like how I usually do it. Then
Yes.
Like, what's the line weight should I use? Like, what kind of angles do I use? Like,
What?
A lot of questions.
Yes, they will force you to have a lot of questions. But if you can answer these questions, when you go back after if you practice this on the sideline, maybe say every 5 proportions drawing 1 chibi, and then you keep remembering this, unknowingly your normal drawings, you will start to apply all these stronger shapes, because chibi will enhance your shapes rather than details.
Right.
And your detail side, which is your full proportion, will help your chibi to be more details. You see, so they will complement each other, lor. So it takes time, but yes, you will have all these results. Okay. Let's see this one.
Do you have by just have like past students work like similar to what I sent you?
Past students work have is let me go. I think I got make one album. I'm not sure whether I got delete away here. Let me see. Last time one of the main reason why I put 88 is also because of last time. Because last time I used to do for free, draw over free.
Wow.
But then I realized is that when you do free things for others, they don't. It's a bad habit lah, which is all in all human nature. When you give something free and then don't feel the pinch, they don't apply it on their next drawing, or like okay, they just take it like macam a brochure, that kind of thing. So that's why after all these years, okay, I'm gonna set a high price and I'm gonna filter out only maybe the 20% who really want to improve, then they come on board.
I see.
So at least my time is well spent, and I know that today I sit down with you even longer. I know it's worth it because you walk away with a knowledge that you actually use. Right? If I give it free, I can attract 10 people. Yeah, say full, look nice, but I know for damn sure 9 people are just going to go home and do their own same old thing again, that kind of thing.
Yeah, it's very scary for you also. Like, because your name will be spread.
No lah, I'm not worried on that. It's more me. It's like I waste my time. I rather do my own things, talk to a camera, and then wait for the right people to be here, because now I'm more, how to say, I don't want to waste my time on the wrong people lah. I rather spend proper time to help the people who need help, and in the meantime, by talking like that, I also will even understand what difficulties are these people trying to be even better facing, so I can cater properly also.
I see.
Yeah.
So those are the students?
Yeah, this one, no, I won't say students lah, but just people who are interested in chibi. Then they just draw, so I just keep it in their own style as much as possible, and then I tell them like what to look out for, and then where you can actually enhance.
I see.
And yeah, something like this. Like they do, and then I'll show them, okay, so now you have reached this caliber already. How do you even push even more? Maybe you want to add more details and stuff. I only can teach them to the max at that point. Sorry. I only can teach them to my current skill level and understanding. So like time my coloring not that good. So I feel that my coloring macam the same level as this artist. So I won't go and touch and talk about how to enhance your coloring. Because if I say any more, and then I think that I also cannot even do better than you, I just shut up. I'll just tell you the lineup where you can enhance only. Yeah, for example, because sometimes we immediately see, we know that the eye is a bit off, then I'll just do and show them how how you can.
That one is completely the person's work, is it?
Yeah, the left side is completely the person's work. All the left side is not drawn over. The right side is I draw over and then I apply it my own colors and line art.
You can tell that their inspiration is like you.
Yeah. Because they are all in like either in my QQ one is the China side fans. Because they cannot access the Discord. So the QQ one is the China side fans, and on the Discord is the English side fans. It means the rest of the world lah. Yeah, so last time I used to do these kind of things. Then I do some tutorials to tell them how to do shading last time for all these things. Yeah.
I think the tutorials are very nice. The one that is like, I mean.
Like this kind?
Yeah, I think sorry, that's pretty nice.
It's really breaking down because last time I also got meet artists, then they will tell you like, go with the feel lor. Go with the, just draw lor. Don't think, just draw. Then very vague. You got like, yeah. Like, it's so vague. Like, how? So, to me, I need to break it down. How? Break it down. So same thing lah. I went to Feng Zhu, one of his lecturer. Really broke down the first time I see in real life that an artist breaking down an actual reference photo subject, break it down and then reconstructing it. That's why I appreciate it. Okay, so this is what a real lecturer is. They can really break anything down and then they reconstruct it with words, not just go with your feel. Then I know that okay, since if they can do it, I also must learn how to do it with my own drawing lah. I can be the best artist, but if I cannot explain my process, it's very wasted. Yeah.
I mean, if you go to the industry, then like they want you to explain them how.
Yeah, because sometimes explaining to people helps myself in a way. It's like okay, now I put words. So should I face an issue, maybe art block? Then I'll reflect on my words and everything, so I can get out from the art block. Because art blocks is really those moments that no matter how you draw, you just feel weird. That kind of situation, like you don't know why you feel, but it's just wrong. That kind of thing. So yeah, helping others really help myself to get out from art block.
Okay.
Yep. So this is pretty much the last time this kind of thing have.
No more, yeah.
Oh, no more. Now I just keep draw. They will just ask me questions like what tablet I use. This kind of like very easy answer questions. What tablet I use, what program I use. Then I'll tell them cheap tablet. I tell you that time cheap tablet, standard Photoshop because I've been stuck to Photoshop. Yeah. And I'll just tell them go to see all the YouTube videos that I uploaded.
I see. Alright.
This one here. Oh yeah, and then I always use because when I talk about the colors and everything my line I always use this kind of color. I don't use dark colors. Yeah, I want to have the softer feel.
I see. For your brush, if I remember correctly, it's the standard brush tilted a bit.
Yes, it's a standard brush, the round one. And then I squash it down. I just slant it out. That's it. 没有了。
I mean, like one thing I like about Star Wars is like the dots.
I
don't know why it's there.
Dot I can tell you a funny story. This dot thing is a bad habit. Okay, it's not intentional. I got scolded for it. I was in FCD. The lecturer asked us to draw drawings. I have to draw multiple drawings. And then I always draw my animal with like this, and then or maybe human face. Then draw. Then got one dot, and let's do this. Then the lecturer scolded me. He said, you cannot do this. I said, why? I like it. He said, no, this shows your inconfidence. I remember so clearly. This shows your inconfidence in your lineup. I'm like, okay, can. But again, when I go back and I just continue to do this because I just like it so much. Yeah, so he just never said anything anymore. So I remember, it's.
Increased interest.
I really hope someone can give me some words to why. I don't know. This one I really don't know. maybe see too many manga or don't know. I know this marking, this kind of lines, I learned from the One Piece manga. It's like, I'm just going to search out some. So I show you. So at least you got some things to fall back on, and then you can start noticing your favorite manga, and then you can see how you can actually put. You see all these lines here?
Oh, I see.
All these lines, I don't put as many, but then I found out that by adding this kind of lines when you draw, even like this kind of big shapes, it gives this the curvature, I think that's a word, or rather just add some more volume to that cloud that's floating, or even this simple the head, this kind of cloth that's wrapping, you know, that's going backwards, this kind of thing. So even see all these lines here, it just adds in this shape, these broken lines. So this is where I got my inspiration from One Piece manga, just adding all these lines.
And that's one thing I wanted to ask, so like, where do you get your inspiration for your style? Cause like I can't really imagine any artist who draws like you.
Don't say this random.
Like then I mean like, and I mean the good thing, I mean, like, it's unique. This is what I was wondering, where do you get your style reference from?
This one is also coincident. I don't read One Piece. I went to one of my friends' house. He bought a lot of One Piece. I just sat down and just see the manga and see that, oh, the drawing is not complicated. It's very simple, but then all these lines just somehow makes the page look so detailed and everything else. Because as you can see, like the artwork is not like the most fancy or whatever, but then it's just so interesting. Why all these silly looking faces look so interesting? All these lines, then I start seeing beyond the content. I'm really looking into the art style. And then this one, the inconsistent Lineart. Wait, this one is from JoJo.
Oh, JoJo.
Yes, JoJo. I think it's a manga. So JoJo manga. These two are my always fallback. If I feel that today no motivation or whatsoever, then I will go and fall back and I will just look at the same video. So when he does his line art, this one is still the normal sketching faces, and then later on he'll move on to using the markers and everything else. And then when he starts adding all these thick and thin lines throughout, then I know, okay, this looks interesting. Now how do I adapt this style into mine? It's like I see from A, I see from B, then I'm going to put inside mine. I never use Chibi artists as my reference. If you notice, I say I always see not Chibi artists. Even when I market my own things, I look at how McDonald's market, I look at how KFC market. Okay, now I'm going to market inside my thing. I don't look at other Chibi artists how they market. It's the same thing. So this is my key takeaway over the years. Even when I tell my wife when she do a handicraft, look beyond. You're doing handicraft? Okay, fine. Now look at how the florists do things. Now look at how maybe the dress, those people who sell dress do things. Don't look at resin people package. Look beyond. That's where people who like resin, when all of them gather together, yours will be unique. When all the Chibi artists get together, hey, this person like an oddball, like that one. You create an interest, a talking point. Because at the end we are very visual based career. We attract very visual based fans. They not necessarily know how to draw, but I know they are very visually influenced already. So I need to create something. So same thing for you lor. You know you're drawing a particular proportion and everything else. You are in a field with the same people who like to draw this particular style or use a particular brush. Now how are you gonna stand out? How? So, and of course your hobby, your favorite artist, your favorite manga, all this you can always look back and reference because you have been seeing it for the past few years. You don't need to go and find new reference. It's like today I tell you JoJo, then you go ahead and see JoJo when you don't even know JoJo, that kind of thing. Don't do this kind of thing. Look back, you like who? Okay, go back and then go and study, see beyond the image. Then you can pick up very fast already.
There's a lot of thinking.
Yeah, actually it's a lot. 2 hours 真的是讲 2 hours cannot say finish, I can tell you. Really, 2 hours really cannot say finish. That's why I created this place also to hopefully attract people who are very serious in their own craft, or they don't know they are serious but they know that they want to get good. They want to be with other like-minded hardworking people who don't mind draw until 5 AM, those kind of crazy people, that kind. I hope this place can slowly attract
Those kind of people.
Yes, correct.
I mean, more or less those are the people who will make it up.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, but they don't show they will make it. It's like they don't know why they like to draw, but they just like to draw, and the people around them are not giving them the validation that they need. This place is pretty much like a safe house, like that, you know? So you come here and I'll be the one telling you, hey, whatever you're doing, you're gonna go somewhere. Because usually when you don't have fame, even for myself, when you don't have fame, but you just are so obsessed with something, the people around you won't understand that kind of concept you're having. Why this kid is so obsessed? Why your friends ask you go out, you don't want, you just want to draw? Why when your friends sit down and talk, you find that you want to sleep? Like kind of thing, yeah, it's like I'm not interested, I just want to finish this, I want to zao already. You see, yeah, I know there are people out there like that and they don't understand themselves. Why am I feeling like that? Am I weird? Am I crazy? Am I antisocial? No, you're not. It's just that you want to spend time getting good. That's all.
I think I went through that, boy.
I went through that. You just don't understand why your peers like to go out. Why? Just sit down. You pay a school fee already. Why don't draw?
I asked them like, before, like, don't they go home and like just draw? They say no. I'm like,
yeah, exactly.
I'm like, we already did this game at diploma, why aren't you doing that kind of thing? But I mean, that's why I can relate to what you're saying. Yeah.
Yes. And it is very often you are the only one in the group that is feeling like that. I can tell you for sure. I don't need to know your past, but I can tell you for sure. You are probably, or maybe there's someone who is feeling but also very quiet, because usually these kind of people are very quiet. They don't make a noise and shout to people, hey, why are you wasting your time? That kind. Usually when you haven't reached the fame level, you are just very quiet, but you just don't understand why your surrounding people are like that, and you feel very antisocial. They'll feel you antisocial, or just cannot connect, that kind, because you are on a different level. You're really on a different level. You don't know you are, but you are on a different level. That's all.
But it's like at that point you don't care anymore. You just want to do your thing.
Yes. I was like my peers. They are all after class. I go clubbing, go play. And me, I just want to sit in the lecture room. I ask the teacher, can you just extend another 2 hours? You know, the classroom. You can shut off the aircon. I just need the equipment to just continue drawing. You see, if you have this kind of habits, you go far. It's really normal. It's just another group of people.
I mean, it's not normal for most people.
No. They will find that.
Why is so weird?
Why you draw so much? The teacher tell you to draw 2 characters. Why you want to draw 4? It's okay. Why you spoil market? The most common term. Why you want to spoil market? Spoil market.
It's like why like they're asking why are you so competitive? Like, what? I'm like, no, I just wanted to draw. That's then they always like give me that kind of like cold look. Okay,
yes.
alright.
Yes, it is. If you hear anyone telling you that why you want to spoil market, you can be for sure chopped that this person is not gonna be that person that will walk with you until your end goal. Confirm chop. I hear anyone tell me, why you spoil market? Why you don't? I say, okay, enough. Just go away. I just straight away tell you, because now I reached the age that I don't want to waste any more time mingling with casuals. It's like playing a game. I just call it like my friend every time tell me I'm a casual because I play mobile game. Sometimes do daily quest, sometimes don't do, and then he like do every damn fucking quest.
Right.
So like, oh damn casual. Yeah, I'm casual in game. I'm not casual when it comes to my career. So if you want to be casual, yeah, sure, by all means do so. But I want to go somewhere. And then when I reach there, you can be damn sure you won't be sitting with me, that's all.
Right.
So, and now why I'm being so loud that I want to be very hardworking is, I know the hardworking people who are out there are usually very quiet people. So, and hardworking people usually will attract hardworking people.
Right.
They want to be with hardworking people. And then it's like adding fuel to the fire, that kind of thing. It's like, wow, this person is joining, okay lah. Yeah. Competitive is good. It's not saboing ma. You're doing my stuff, you're doing your stuff. It's just that you need a pacer, like running a marathon, that kind. So this person is doing. If he can do an extra 10 minutes, now I can try extending extra 10 minutes, that kind of thing. So I already made this place. Hopefully that by in due time, this kind of people will be stepping up, and then attracting to this point, So this is my goal, my personal goal lah.
Sorry, before is your stream still on?
Yeah, it's on. It's just on. Never mind, it's okay. I thought I don't talk to the people. They can the people who can understand will understand. The people who don't understand will not understand, right? Really, it's like that. It's like another language. It's normal. And then okay lah, maybe when now you think like 20.
We just reached 20.
Just reached 20, so it's a long way. For me, 30 means that I have extra 10 years of meeting casuals. I met enough already. I don't want any more casuals. So yeah, I just want to really focus, and then along the way, if I can help as many hardworking people, then sure, why not?
I mean, your goal is with this place being a safe haven for like-minded people like us.
Yeah.
I feel like that's really my goal. I wish your dream will come true.
Yeah. But I hope the hardworking people were willing, because I don't know who they are. You see, like you, if you didn't came here today, I don't know you want to do this. You are going in this same direction of chasing your goal, and then you got peers who are not on your same frequency lah. So a lot of people out there having this kind of different frequency from their peers, they think that they are the oddball. Like, am I antisocial? Then they end up usually also find depressed because the people beside them usually are not the ones encouraging them. It's like, yeah, 走啦，没事啦, yeah, no need to do lah, it's okay one lah, no need. They usually will hear such stuff. Yeah, okay one lah, lecture, never mind one lah, pass can already lah. These kind of things on a daily basis For
me, I just didn't care what they said.
Because
I knew what I was doing was correct. That kind of thing.
That's good. It means that you are confident. Some not so confident, but they know that one. Then people say a bit then they will be hurt emotionally.
I see. That one just takes time, I guess.
Takes time. Takes time. Definitely takes time. Okay, so let's see here.
I think if anything, I'll take a taxi.
Huh? Can. Are you wait? You need to rush off already or not?
No, I don't. Just if I miss the train.
Okay, can. Over here is like that one. Just draw.
I mean,
talk. Then you.
I feel it's nice to talk to like-minded people.
Yes. Can understand.
It's rare. My family, no one's an artist.
Okay. Same. My family also don't have.
It's like from young, I naturally like to draw, but I didn't know why. Then it just cultivated body. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah. Something you have to really go through that phase of nobody understand you. Then that I went through that. That's why I understand what you went through. It's like you have to go through that, so that whenever you meet someone that you feel it's also something like that, but they don't know, then that's where you tell them, hey, it's okay. What you're doing is okay.
May I ask, like, during your NS period, how do you
how I cope with this one?
Like, you wanted to draw NS, right? Like, how do you draw NS? Or did like?
In NS, they will give this small little notebook which is supposed to write down what the officer say. Then I just keep sketching in that notebook. Then I run out of pages.
I was planning to bring a sketchbook inside. Is that okay?
Can, yeah. I think now even can bring phone or I think phone, yeah. But as I see some of the artists, they bring a sketchbook inside.
Okay.
They sketch. Then on the weekend, discipline already this part. Because on the weekend, you only have 2 days, right, or rather 1.5 day. You will feel, or rather the people beside you will tell you either go clubbing or either just relax at home because 5 days very stressed. Now it's your own discipline to get up from bed and sit down and draw.
That's what. Sorry, you were saying.
No, yeah, that's yeah.
This is the one reasons why I wanted to come here in the first place, because of the NS thing. Like, I mean, I feel quite neutral about going to NS, but like, I'm gonna miss drawing a lot. Like, and usually when I draw, I take very long. And I wanted to find a faster style. So that's why I came here. To be faster, that kind of thing.
This one will be, whether is it chibi or even your normal style, you need to do bite size. Means push yourself. Go MRT or even at home, go those kind of website that do 30 seconds, they flash those images. Start doing those, because in NS you don't have the luxury of sit down there 2 hours, you see, 30-minute break. But if you tell yourself, I need to draw 2 hours, this 30 minutes is not enough, then this 30 minutes will not be enough. But again, if you have 30 minutes and you appreciate this 30 minutes, have 30 minutes, okay, let's start doing anything, whatever, bite size, no need to be final, just doodle, get it out of the system. You accomplish 30 minutes. So it's the same thing. I give you 30 minutes, it's on you how you see it. Me, I see, you give me 10, I take 10. You give me 30, I do 30. If I keep telling myself, I need to finish 1 GB 6 hours, you give me 30 minutes, not enough lah, don't do lah. Don't do then you don't do anything. It's all about perspective. Like if drawing, change your perspective, life also can change. Yeah,
that's what I wanted to like get out of it. I'll be more efficient also.
Yeah. But yeah, it's good that you know this thing lah. You acknowledge this. So now you need to find a solution.
Yeah, exactly.
It's very hard. It's definitely something to be adapt. You need to adapt with, because it will spoil your normal routine. But inside you also will find very valuable friend. Not a lot, but you definitely find. And that's something I really appreciate inside. Whether is it a friend or valuable life lesson, that place definitely will give you 1 or 2.
I'm going to NDU though, so I don't think I have that. I mean, like, friends aside, I mean, that just the time to draw in NS would be a lot less than other people.
If I were to give you from my experience something to take away, will be, as much as drawing is concerned, mental strength is as important.
Right.
Mental strength is as important, because you draw something like that is based off your emotion and everything else. Like I saw your latest post of that comparison, that commission thing. Means that you've been through a very hard time, or rather you just feel that it's not enough.
Yeah, exactly. It's
not enough. There's something there, but it's just not enough. But in NS, you will never be enough. Then it forces you, like, in this situation, with your current standard, you need to do your best. That's all. And multiple times, by doing that, you'll start to gain confidence, with something only by yourself, like through accomplishing missions, you will actually get. Then when you get into your own drawing, everything is a mission again. You'll be very satisfied, self-content, happy. I think it's good. Yeah, whatever you say, I don't care. It's good. Move on next. So, although you will be skill-based, not progressing as fast as previously, but in the mental way, you are definitely progressing a lot faster, which drawing 10, 30 times will never get you one.
I see.
So there are good things inside. Don't see it as a pure waste of time, that kind, because it will definitely teach you something that drawing will never help you with. And you need that skill. You definitely need that skill because
strength.
you mental strength. Because one day someone is gonna, like you ask me when you come here. One day someone is gonna provoke you. One day somebody is gonna do something that's gonna disturb your peace. Now how are you gonna handle it? Are you gonna be upset and not draw? Hibernate? a lot of people just shut down like, you copy me I don't draw already. I don't draw. People copy me, plagiarize me. I don't draw.
But I mean, like I'm not looking at it as a waste of time. It's just that I'm just gonna miss drawing a lot.
Yeah, it will. It's definitely gonna take out a lot of your time.
Then I also need to prepare to meet people which don't have the same mindset as me.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Yes.
Everybody.
Yes, it will definitely be a bit hard to adapt lah.
But I do hope I will meet people who have maybe they're passionate, but like
on another thing, yeah.
As long as they're passionate, I think that's cool already.
一定有阿肖 out there one. Whether is it like 阿肖 as in like very passionate people, be it the gym passionate guy, every lunch break go gym, I also have. You will learn from all these people from different fields, and then if you can see their good points, and then if you can pick it up, I don't know.
Ooh, interesting. You wouldn't curve the.
Wouldn't, because normal drawing or normal theory, if let's say this one curve, this one is like I got this one right, but then for me, later I'll show you why I always see that. Okay, so for me, if I can, I'll just either do this straight. I won't even do this.
Right, let's see.
Influence from where? Wrong.
I don't know. Fortune cookies?
Let's see. Street art.
Oh.
Like all these stuff that you see and everything else. Why is it bold? Why is it shapes? All this triangle and everything else. I follow all this and I see how they stretch that A, how they stretch that arrow and bend the curve. These are my influence. These are my what I feed my brain. If I eat chicken just to feed my stomach, yes, I'm eating all these images on a daily basis on my Instagram, so that unknowingly when I have this particular curve, I know how to handle.
I see.
So these are my reference. This never the same field. I always look at this one, like how I choose colors, how I make this so cute. I always look at those figurine, those mini toys, like those, what is it called? Like bear brick, this kind. Those kind of toys, collectible toys. These are my reference because they are selling directly to the consumer. They are professional people who know how to make a freaking bear cute. Why I need to go and rethink? See, the street artists, they are professional shape benders, pushing the alphabet A, B, C, D to the limit. The colors. Why I need to try and error? Reference. That kind. So these are some things that I do on a daily basis.
But to find that reference, it wasn't natural at first, right? Like, how do you even cross paths with it in the first place? That kind of thing.
Life, it just comes sometimes.
Like random, is it?
Random. It's really random. It's like sometimes you do something and this image just pop up for whatever reason, and somehow you think, I think it's a bit useful. I save it. I don't know now if I need it, but I know it's somewhat useful. I save it.
That's interesting.
I don't look for answers, but rather if I see something that interests me, I just save it. And then when I meet a certain problem, I go and look back to the things that interest me and just go a quick sweep. I think this might work. Take it out and use it. Save image, no need money. Just save only.
That's pretty interesting. I mean, most of my reference I always use similar people who like, how to say, is it all illustrations?
Ah,
It's like
yes.
No
Ah,
other
yes. I used to be like that. Artbook. Yeah, same. Oh, draw anime. What anime.
But in the end, it'll be a watered down version of
Yes, because you always looking at the idol which is in the same career path, means you're pretty much walking in that person's shadow.
Which I don't mind honestly, but
yeah.
But for now, like it's only for now. In the future, I might probably want to step out already lah.
Will. I don't know when but
probably after 3 years.
maybe we don't know. But the more you draw, your inner self also want to be better. That's where you want to push your limit. I also it won't be good for me to tell you 3 year time 3 year time then you there's don't have
Who knows, you know. I mean just by looking at the sketch, I mean it's like it doesn't have to be fundamentally correct as long as it looks good. And that's something which I need to get used to.
I will say this is a very rogue or outlaw if it is easier to understand. The way I do things is very rogue-like, or rather very outlaw-like, that I don't follow the rules. Really, there's really nothing. There's no rules. I don't have any rules for you or for anyone, but rather it's really based off intuition. That's one. That's the biggest factor, intuition. And 2, how much fun are you drawing? I always emphasize on the emotional factor when drawing anything, because if you go to school, the school will tell you the 1 + 1 = 2 method. For me, now look at your drawing. Are you having fun? Is your drawing not breathing? Is it very tight up that you're squeezing too much thing into the space? If it is, let it go. Time to throw. If you throw away too much, okay, now pick it back up again, one by one. That kind of thing. First, you need to make the mistake. Now, acknowledge your mistake, and then slowly pick back your pace. That kind of thing. It's like really like fishing, that kind of thing. So, you know, it's a very different approach, lah. I would say it's a very different approach.
Recently I held this Japan week where they asked like very famous artists from Japan, like Bun. A lot of like top illustrators from Japan to come down and talk.
Okay.
The advice honestly wasn't that helpful, but like one thing that I got out of it was that sure, like fundamentals are important, but like if the shapes and the appeal of those shapes like look nice even without the fundamentals, then use that instead. Like the shapes are more important.
Yes.
In this like Japanese anime chibi style.
Yes.
Like,
if whoever said this one, whoever the artist probably know the stuff. The person know what he or she is talking about. Yes.
For Japanese style, at least I think definitely for Japanese style. Western style, I'm not sure. Like Western style, I'm not really sure, because like from what the podcast said, Western style focus on like how to make the fundamentals look good, that kind of thing. Like how to make things look 3D and look good, whereas Japanese styles make like how to make shapes look good. That's what they said.
Okay, that all this I also never go and hear too much. But then if maybe by saying all these things, it's easier to put something that is not something that is a very visual, and then they can tie some words for people who like to understand in through terms and words. It's a lot easier to understand, because if I tell you nice is nice, red is red, it's very hard. So they definitely need some kind of this kind of talk, write some description, and then tie it down to make it more grounded for people who wish to learn. At least they got something to fall back on as well. Because like just now you said, the artist today, shapes. What is shape? what is easier to understand? What is nice? It's very hard. I tell you, this curve is nice. Wait, then if you knew, curve is curve, what nice.
But that intuition comes from practicing and also looking at things that you like and trying to copy.
Yes.
Thinking and copying.
Yes, correct. It's a lot of adapting, but why I don't see the best chibi artists? One is also not to subconsciously copy, because very nice this shape so nice. If I apply in my own drawing, confirm nice one. I will have this subconscious, no, maybe not intentional, but subconsciously I might do it. And by doing so, people who follow the artist will know, hey, macam influenced by this particular same feel. That's one. Two, this is someone's theory already. This person took years to craft this out. You are just conveniently putting it into your drawing. Can you explain why it's nice? You can't. Can you put it down? You can't. So I don't want to fall into this trap of instant gratification, instant like good. I don't understand. It's like macam playing Hearthstone, then you take the top rank deck, buy the card, and then you go and play. Can win or not? Cannot win. You don't understand.
What's macam mean?
Oh, macam means like real, or like if like what's the sentence that I use? Macam is like Hokkien. So it's like same thing. You go by like the top ranking deck. You follow everything.
So macam is like copy?
No, macam is like as if.
As if.
As if. So if you take the top ranking Hearthstone or the top ranking build from LOL, you buy the same item, you can achieve it. Cannot. You use the same card, you don't know the theory, cannot. So it is like that. Same thing, brush. People, I give you the brush, cannot.
So like, I mean like in my head, so just if you want to find your own thing, it's just like a lot of experimenting in paint. A
lot. The more, last time when I feel difficult, I shrink, I up block. Now if I do something and I don't know, immediately like live stream halfway, I draw. Jialat, why this hair, no matter how I draw, looks wrong. People watching live stream, I enjoy. Because why? I know I meet a difficulty, and if I can convince, if I can draw properly, means that I upgrade. It means that I have reached this, the build up my EXP, I'm at my 99.9, and if I can do this, I'm gonna go my next level. I see every problem as building up. Because every problem I solve, if you come and ask me, I can tell you. Because you confirm gonna meet the same problem as me one. That's why people go and ask for teachers to teach them, because the teachers have been through all the problems. So same thing. So now is, if I meet a problem, if I can solve it, I plus one more point to myself. So perspective again, having fun. It's really all about having fun with your lines. You must like you say you like drawing. I say drawing to me is like a muse. It's like a girl. I have my wife but I see drawing as if another girl. If I'm gonna put it, I need to enjoy, I need to play with this one, I must have fun, then will be good. If I do 1 month draw one time, you think this girl will like you back? Won't get good one. So enjoy, especially brush. I only use one brush. Every day I'm learning something new from it. This brush, I can say 80%, give me this pattern, 60% another pattern, 40% another pattern. Really. It's how well you understand your tools. You can do a lot of weird ass things from it.
I see.
Because some people come load out all the brush, then they buy a lot of brush sets and everything else. But do you understand? That's the thing. Because in future, someone is going to ask you the same thing. Can you give me a brush? Where you get a brush? What tablet you use? Same thing. You will reach this, and it's gonna be like what you want to be, when you answer people and all this kind of thing. Because when at first people ask me brush set, I also very hesitant to give. Like that you draw same like me, then what's the point? What's my unique point? You see. The unique point is I give you brush because usually people will give you brush. Okay. So.
Or at least they will sell.
Yeah, they will sell. They can do anything. Really. They can do replicate, download, and everything else. Oh, okay. Now I remember already. Now you ask me if people steal or rather copy, is it all this loose identity? I tell you, I do it the opposite way. Whenever I finish one drawing, if you don't know, I upload my same resolution, the A3 size drawing, up to ArtStation, to whatever. The same size which I make for print means that anyone actually download can steal. I don't care. Why? Because I want them to steal. The opposite. Because if they steal and then they go to some Brazil place sell, the people there probably buy, it's okay, but they get to know this style. I want them to spread it even further. That's why I say it's really a different mindset.
I see.
A lot of people, including myself, when starting, scared watermark everywhere. You go Pixiv and then you can see those really nice artists. Some really just throw their full trading card game illustrations on Pixiv and then they just say, credit, maybe Sega have commissioned them, then now they can release it. Then just throw the whole damn file up there. Don't care and just throw only. Like, I always compare, if this big shot can, me who? Just do only.
I see.
Really just throw only. And then, now I throw, tomorrow I draw another one, it's going to be better than that. How many can you go and make? That kind of thing. And if you make, you go and sell, cool. It's my style. Sooner one day when I'm famous, people are going to start realizing that that's mine and they're going to come back to me.
I see.
It's like Hansel and Gretel, throw the sweet out there and then sooner or later you're going to come back to me. Unless today I change this style, tomorrow I see this artist, I like this style, and then you always change. You end up with no style. Then that's where people don't know who you are.
I see.
Today I tell you all these things, your school don't tell you one. Because all this is the real world. These are what is happening inside the real world. This is what people are going to face, the common issues and my way of approach on tackling all these things.
About the style, like thing you're talking about just now, I mean, I always wasn't really concerned. Because like, I guess I only really started art in poly then like.
It's 3 years already.
Yeah, it's around 3 years since I started series.
Oh.
Yeah. Then in terms of like, I just want to draw how you say it. Let me try to put it in words. I mean, I personally don't feel I got a style, but like, I'm just drawing how I feel is right.
There is a style.
But like, how you say, because the style stems from other artists, that kind of thing.
Same still a style. Really? Okay. What is style?
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Style is either something your fans tell you that look nice. You know it hits, then you continue. Whether is it this particular size or whatsoever, this particular color palette, this is your fans determine. 2, you enjoy drawing. Draw. This is your style.
I see.
Don't have red color. Is this or you only use red color? Okay, that's also style. But anything, so long you're doing it on a consistent basis, that's your style. Can already. That's it. I don't need to go and bother finding something like finding my style.
I didn't really understand.
They think that because artist idol, they always have this. You know, this who's artist and stuff. Right? Because the person famous already, what? That's why of course you know that one is the artist one. You are new, you just keep doing. The style will come to you one. If you want one, draw one. When to hit a certain style, you need to draw a certain amount of time. If you want one, draw once. 1 year only draw 12 times. Of course you're gonna take 5 years to find your style. A style will only arrive to you when you draw a certain amount, and the certain amount is depend on people to people. But I'm fucking sure is that if you draw once a month and you only draw 12 times a year, you're gonna take 10 years to reach as compared to someone who draw once every day. I'm very sure that the person who draw once every day is gonna find a style way faster than you. Right. It's just that. Yes. It's just that. Nothing too complicated, really. Really.
Do you agree on quality over quantity?
Quality over quantity, okay. At this age, at this stage, which the social media is there, both are important. You say quality more important than quantity. Okay, take 1 month, take your fine time drawing all the fine hair and everything, the eyelashes, draw 1 month you produce one. As to me, if I compare to myself, throwing every single day, you can be very sure on that day you upload, on the last day of the month you upload. I have already 30 images up on my feed on people's wall. You open your social media, you go to Instagram, you can be following 1,000 people, but are you scrolling 1,000 posts? You probably scroll 10.
Right.
If I'm gonna throw 3 book in progress, I don't care the quality post, I'm gonna be on that person's feed 3 times the possibility of you, and you're doing it on a daily basis. Algorithm gonna be benefiting on my end, and I'm gonna be appearing on that person's feed. You can be damn sure I'm drowning you out.
Right.
So it can be quality, but then to who are you serving this quality to? Are you serving it to a company? Are you serving it to a fan base? If you are serving to a company, yeah, of course. For me, draw 1000 chibi will never compare to someone that's rendering very high res, takes a month, draw the nicest face, so pretty because it's gonna put on a trading card game. Who are you serving this quality to? I know damn sure I'm serving it to the social media people. I'm not serving to any corporate. I need to get on people's feet. But if you're going to company, you know that you're going for Magic the Gathering, you know that what level they're looking for. Of course you need quality.
I think I'm the latter. I want to be the latter. Yeah.
Then work towards that one. No? Don't be pressured by people who draw nicer but yet post way more. Like, hey, this like inhumane speed, why can it draw so fast? Maybe I've been drawing 10 years already. No? This kind, you must have this kind of mental note. Because sometimes people, they always compare themselves to their idol. Then the idol like shooting out, vomiting at this kind of rapid rate at very high quality works. It's just normal because they have put in the effort already. So now it's your time only. No?
I see. You have other like fans or like just like artists ask you similar questions already, right?
We'll have, but every time the answer that I give or the way I phrase my answer is very different from artist to artist. Not painting a different picture, but the words I use. Because if you're on the same frequency as me, very hardworking, I can tell you in a very hardworking way because you can understand where I'm coming from. If you are someone that is very weak in emotion, like you cannot really accept I say bad things or push you, then I will phrase it very gentle. You have to draw. If not, like people overshoot you. I won't say like if you don't draw, people are gonna drown you. See, it's very different wording. So the concept is always there, but you have to, same like drawing lah. If you want to paint a sky, a blue sky, you need to use blue. If you want to paint the night sky, you use the dark paint. You cannot use the blue paint. So same thing is very situational based. But I can tell you, whatever problems you face, out there all the artists face also. Same. You tell me how to find style, I can tell you 10 artists face the same problem. How to find style. See, it's just normal. We are all the same, but only the hardworking one can get out from this loop only.
Right.
Because if you got art block, everybody got art block, but who choose to step out of their art block, and how fast can you get out from that as well?
Interesting.
Because there will always be someone that's more hungry and crazier out there, man, really. You see me so crazy, I can tell you there's someone even crazier out there. Just they don't know who only. Okay, this is the shit.
I mean, I'm just curious since you've been doing it for so long. I mean, I know you have your wife and I recently found out you have children also. But does it ever feel lonely?
Lonely?
Yeah. by any chance, I'm just asking.
Lonely as in don't have peers, like go out and everything
No,
else.
no, I mean just like isolating yourself. I mean, at times that feels great, lah. I mean, but like after doing it for so long, does it ever get
like lonely from drawing, like bored from drawing?
not bored.
Oh, lonely alone
Alone.
Have. The feeling is even wife, children very young lah. My mother, they will not understand. Even till today, will never understand. Why am I drawing so hard? Why am I drawing 8 hours a day? Why am I sleeping 3 hours a day? They will never understand. And at first, I was very angry. Why can't you understand? Why can't you be on the same frequency to me? And slowly, also after reading all those people hardworking, that's why reading is also quite important. Reading like why those top performers, like what is it called, Elon Musk, this kind, Steve Jobs, this kind. I find myself even not in the same field, but I find I'm weird. So I go and find these all weird people, so good in their field. I go and read up. So apparently they're also very weird. The people around them also find them weird. They don't understand. So I come to a conclusion, sometimes if you are that strong, you are gonna be alone. It is a lone road.
I mean, I'm always noticed what happened already.
It is a lone road, and if you can find someone that is hardworking, like I say, that's why I made this place. If you can find someone to share this alone road with you, even though not drawing to the same destination, but you know that it's hardworking, then you won't feel that alone. But if you don't know that this place exists, you are always hardworking, grinding, I can tell you actually, you always have self-doubt one. Really. And the feeling is real. Because I've been through that, I think for 2-3 years now. I every day so hardworking, I just don't understand. Then I see my wife at starting also like do a bit, then stop. I tell her, why you don't do? Like why not hardworking? And they already do already. Then I start to realize that actually it's normal. That's where that separates the 1% and the 99. You want to be the 1% or the 99? 99, 2 already enough, satisfied. Now the 1% is outdo. I outwork you. I drown you. I drown all my opponents on the same field. You one day you do one, one day I do 2. You 1 month you draw 10, I 1 month draw 30.
But do you see it, I mean, like from your way of wording, you see it as a competition?
Yeah, competition. No, I don't see a competition. I see as you are not my competition.
Like in terms of
if we gonna be in that convention, if we gonna be at the same starting line, in my head, I already know you're not on my level, and then I just go through that process. That's all. It's very dominating. It's like you force yourself to be good. You tell yourself that I'm fucking good. I'm really good. There is no space, because imagine now I swap another way of saying I'm not good. My painting not good. Who's gonna tell you you're good? Even people at the side tell you you're good, you're still gonna feel that you're lousy. We're gonna paint anything and then you're gonna feel that it's not the best drawing. I'm lousy lah. 不好看. Nobody gonna like. But if you tell yourself it's good, now change. I'm good. I post it up on social media. I know I'm good. I already give myself the validation. I'm very good. 1 like. No people view when you stream. I know I'm good. Doesn't matter. I know I'm good. Draw. That's why I say drawing skills is as strong as your mental game. Especially when you are doing something very visual and emotional based. If your head is not good, you're not gonna last long in this one. You can be the A student, but when life hit you in your face, when you live stream, when life hit you with no people viewing for 6 hours straight, can you do it the second day? Right. Can you do it the third day? Can you do it for 1 month? That's why I every time tell young artists, life, go live. I don't care anybody on, because my main purpose is to let you go through that lonely road of nobody watch you, whether you want to talk, whether you want to sleep, whether you want to do anything, but be there every day 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. draw 2 hours and go through nobody watching you. Can you do that? If you can do that, you start posting online, get 1 like, 2 like, your friends doodle some shit and get 100 likes, your own personal comparison will not exist anymore already. So that's why when you say, like, people say competition, you say competition, no, I'm the competition. I don't care. I'm the best. I know it's very arrogant, but sometimes you need to be very arrogant. But you don't hurt people lah. Don't say you lousy don't like that You can I can tell people, I tell you that I'm the best, I'm very good. But I'm not saying that you are bad. But if you think you're bad, then your problem your problem But I know I'm very good. That's it lor.
That's it.
Yeah. It's all these little things that is out of the spectrum of a skill level already. It is the emotional side of things that you have to strengthen. And how to strengthen, whether is it read books, you see motivational video, or really speaking to artists that are very weird like myself. If you see me today, you speak to me, and then if you see someone that you think that is very weird, but the vibe they're giving out is something that attracting, ask them, go and hear their thought process, because I know oddballs have a different way of viewing things. We don't view the things that, like you see, we don't use things or materials that most people use. And very, very weird kind of thing.
I see. Sorry for disturbing.
Hey, no. All these questions is real questions. All these questions, you have been finding the answers, and nobody around you can give you answers. That's why you ask this question today.
I mean, more or less they're the same boat as me. If not, it's like,
yeah.
It's either that, or I feel like they are worse off for that.
Yeah, will actually. You dare to ask. Many don't dare. They'll just live silently and then always thinking that they are the one at fault. They are the one causing inconvenience to other people, which they are not. They're just staying up later, turning on their living room lamp because they want to work and get better. They're not disturbing the family. They need the light to get better. That's all. Yeah, they need the extra hour because they want to go somewhere. Or rather, the inner self want to go somewhere and they're just executing that thing, that's all.
I think when I get back home, I'll look at your draw over.
Can.
Then I'll
You.
How should I do this one?
Yes, I want you to see it as an observation perspective rather than I should do this next time. Not like that. See it as an observation perspective, like, oh, okay, now I know here can be done. Okay, maybe I should try something similar, or maybe I should bend my lines a bit more and stuff. Relax on your lines. When I was drawing over your drawing, now that this one is out of the way, just close this first. Reference, no. So just close this one first. It's like 2 hours is really not enough. Okay, wait for a second.
Similar to 4 year, like the classes are like too rushed already.
Yes.
So what you mean by relaxed line is just confident lines, you mean? Is it the same thing? Or
no, but rather, okay, wait I will show you an example. So let's say if this is your sketch, Okay. Let me just make your sketch slightly darker. Okay, so let's say this is your sketch. Over here, this line, I want you to just relax your hand, less tense up, because I can see from the pressure you are pressing really hard in this section here, because there's a thin and a thick here. Relax your line from here, just curve it downwards. One shot, curve, relax. If it's not nice, undo, it's okay, but curve it more. It's like it's a curve. But right now, even you want it straight, it still can be straight, but not so curved. Then I curve again, curve. It's not that tight. I can feel there's some tightness. Usually tightness happens when we are unsure. We are not sure where's the perfect line, or you know, like when you play driving game, there's always this perfect line just to make the perfect curve, that kind of thing. So when we are not sure, we get very tense up. Now that you know that you tense up when you're unsure, don't care. I just want to enjoy and curve it.
Okay.
Not gonna find the perfect way. Then you can really know.
Yeah, I think I'll try.
Yeah.
Here.
See, I'm gonna save this one first. I can send it to you. But don't give yourself too much stress.
I mean, I think it's natural because I asked so many questions. I mean, the end, like with all the information.
Yeah, there is a lot of information, but don't give yourself the expectation that I must do this as soon as possible. What is curve? What is relax? What is relax? Don't. Don't.
But since I'm here, I might as well just try.
Can. But I must always remind people is that whatever I say, don't force it to your current self. You do it, and then as a mental note, okay, let me try. That kind. Don't know what is relax. What is curve? What is this? I tell you, your drawing end up even more rigid. Yes. Will. Okay. Let me send it to you first.
I mean, just talking to you today makes me like think more, I guess, which I never like. I mean, like think outside the box, I guess.
Literally outside the box.
Yeah. It means that I need to question myself a lot. It's like what to think, I guess.
It's very fun. Enjoy. What I can tell you is also based off my experience. You will meet different people, you will meet different situations. Your art block will be different from mine, and then it's up to you how you want to handle it lah. But one thing for sure, if you see the negative side of things, it will be negative. If you see the positive, you see it as an opportunity that, hey, this is a problem, and I'm very sure other artists are facing this problem, and if I can get out from it, I'll be better. Then you'll be better.
Right.
Okay.
I see.
Because like whatever problem you face, you tell yourself, other people also the same one. Really, other people also same one. I'm not the only one. Although it's like you score 50 out of 100, then like you go and find that student that scored 48 just to make yourself feel better, that kind of thing. Although it's not very healthy, but it's true. Someone is doing worse off than you because you're feeling very down. So sometimes you just need to have that one. Because if I tell you it's okay one, bro, you will be better one, you will never accept that fact. But if you tell yourself the real situation that I do like that today, I feel not good, but I know out there got other artists really learning, and then they are very hungry, but they also doing just sketching, and then they like just starting out. They only got 1 follower, they just drawing, they don't care. If they can do it, why I cannot? You tell yourself all these things, push yourself, go beyond yourself, then you really can get out of any art block. Because art blocks usually are the killers lah. Art block once hit you, wow, 3-4 days don't feel like drawing, or maybe you draw, you want to sleep because you want to run away from the situation. Because last time I really do. I draw a chibi, I don't want to face it. I feel that I cannot get the vibe out. How I get out from it? Just don't have vibe, I don't care. I just draw another one. It's really like that.
Okay.
You try, you see how you want to, like, see if you can.
I mean, also one thing is like I wanted to know the mindset
Yeah.
Chibis because it's very different from like, the illustrations which I do often. Yeah, it is very different. And I appreciate it being different.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it feels like I can get something out of it.
Hopefully you will relax a bit of your shapes when you go back and draw your normal proportion. Whether is it you continue learn chibi or all these mental notes that put in place for you today, which you gain lah.
I think one thing is
I go toilet first.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're saying?
No, I'm just thinking like, understand what you mean by the relaxing of the hand, but
Okay, I see your hand. Now you draw. Okay, come. You see how I draw with the computer?
what's in the background? Oh, whoops. Shouldn't go there.
All opacity, everything up there, unless it's your brush for eraser.
Should be very risk normally.
Should be really normally, right? Okay. I see.
Oh, the one thing I changed was the pen pressure sensitivity because like.
Oh, when you raise the pen pressure sensitivity.
That's not it. It's just like, just when I'm drawing the pen pressure, right? It's like, even when I press gently, it's still thick. That kind of thing.
Okay.
So I make it more harder to maybe press. Even if you press, it's harder to get the thickness out. Like I think, or how do I say it? Like, even if you press hard, it will be thin. That kind of thing.
Even press out. Okay. Yeah, I think it's a pen pressure. Unless just not accidentally touch it.
No, it shouldn't be. There shouldn't be anything which does that.
Okay. Okay, I said 80%, that's one, so it's not so harsh. And then I said cannot do it for this reason. Okay. So this one, just now you're doing this curving like that. No, I don't need to do that. Number one. For me, this way, I find it better rather than this way.
Okay.
This way. So for me, Like I know backhand, my backhand is weak. Okay, but I know this way I enjoy a lot left, right to left, and it's more towards this rather than downwards. So I curve it. I find my best curve first. No, I prefer that.
A control alternate Z. Yeah, it does that also. Does that also.
This one is it your driver?
I'm not sure. Like I think it's the tablet itself.
Tablet.
I might have problem. I mean, I wasn't really sure, but now that seeing.
Okay. No, can't really. Okay, I get used to your pressure already.
Okay.
Your pressure you set really hard.
I mean, like before this was softer, but like it also had the same problem. It's like if you don't put a certain amount of pressure, it will also completely go off.
Yeah, that thing.
That kind of thing.
Okay. I got this one. I think I got this one. The one got the LED one. It is tablet. Need to change already.
Wow.
It is the tablet.
I think I dropped too many times.
Yeah. That time mine was a connection issue. Then it was doing this. Sometimes was like draw. Then suddenly the brand pressure just get off. And
yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Fuck. Okay. Right.
Time to change one.
It's lucky boy and it's really get the money fast.
Okay. So for this one, right? Curve.
Okay.
Curve it upwards. Then over here. Curve again. Curve. Curve upwards. Cannot be curve again. Over here. Over this one. Curve.
Okay, I see what you mean. Like
curve bigger.
Draw.
And then go find your ideal curve.
draw the arc, which is more comfortable.
Yes, the arc. Like I always use them.
Draw a box. Draw a box like that also.
Don't. This part the gel limited one inside. your wrist. All the joints is limited one. The more you like that, you 20 years old, 30 years old, it'll be very painful already.
See.
Use your shoulder to draw also. Some people tell you elbow, right? Wait until you know how to use your shoulder and draw.
Right.
It sounds weird, but yeah.
I practiced drawing shoulder before already.
Good. Okay.
I didn't really apply to digital, only traditional.
Apply to your tablet very wide, so you can try also. So you find your preferred curving method, then now you apply it to your curves. Starting you feel a lot of undo, but the more you do, the more you grasp the hand and eye coordination, then everything will look good already lah. But your tablet definitely need change already.
Damn it. I was hoping it wasn't.
It
was X. This is X tablet. When I changed, right?
This one up to you lah, because it seems like you still can draw.
Yeah, just pressure a bit annoying.
Yeah, just like the pressure sometimes just not the pressure that you want, no?
Yeah. Okay, I see. Next lines.
Because the line drawing is like a human being, you cannot too tight up. Because even if the brand pressure is not working, the curve is still a curve. So the curve is still must be like a nice, smooth. It can be broken, like you draw a bit, then you do that dotted line thing, and then you draw. But the overall flow is still there. Because I over here. I see. Over here, this part very sharp here, not curve. Maybe from here straight away curvy here. Just relax a bit. Then over here, like just now, this part here. This part is nice. It's nice, very nice. And this part here,
feeling over here.
Where it could be just one line instead of
Yeah,
two.
it can be two. It can be two, like
Oh,
curve, or maybe I want curve here and then curve here. But I can feel like it's like driving, then you touch something like that. You want to curve, anything.
oh, I see.
But
Like-
I can feel there is something here.
Like the flow is not working.
Yeah,
Okay, I see. Need to be more
Like,
aware.
I don't feel anything here. See? I don't feel anything here. Even there's a joint, I don't feel anything wrong here.
Oh, I
I
see.
don't feel there's a sudden stop over here. So we are very visual creatures, so once we see, then got that feeling inside.
Then nothing is because I drew it, then I'm like more insensitive to seeing the
Yeah, you are the one like committing it, you are the one executing it. So bystanders usually see it clearer, especially for me, which I keep drawing things like this. I see it very fast, I can immediately. That's why when I see y'all, I will faster tell you like how to just change the shape of it because I'm too used to this thing already. But you show me your regular drawings, I cannot.
I see.
My eyes is not trained to do that.
Then I was gonna say like my eyes aren't sensitive enough right now to like spot it yet. Okay.
But when you draw the second drawing and you look back at your first, immediately you will see it.
Okay. I mean, I just tell you what I'm gonna do when I go home. So by looking at your draw over, like I'll use it as like a reference or just like observe which lines you use, whereas what I would use, and then I'll try to think why do you use it. Then, I mean, I'm gonna draw over my previous sketch, then line art it using your stuff,
Anything up to you.
Okay.
You can use your own regular line art method also can.
I mean, usually I would find like similar references like other Chibi references, but after talking to you, I'm like, is that a good idea? That kind of thing.
If you find other Chibi reference, that is the normal one. If you want to push yourself, then you resist. You acknowledge it that it's definitely gonna be easier. It's gonna be faster. But if you can resist it one time, in future you can resist 2 times. The 3rd time, when you do your own normal drawing, you will resist the temptation to look at similar drawings. You will look at real photo landscape. You will look at photographers, color, rule of third, composition, and apply it to a drawing. Then that's where you will go.
I see. I mean, now I'm thinking about it. It's like I remember the street art you showed me. Then I think about I think that's where you found your inspiration to line art, right? The thickness of the art, the alphabets. That's what you use to line up. Then I'm like, okay, I'll try to find my own. So, yeah,
You will take some time. Don't rush. Then you see with whatever. The most important thing when you go back, don't make the mistake of finding new reference. Look back at the things that you usually see. Look at the things that you usually follow, then you see. Maybe, now you're doing Chibi, you line up. But maybe some real proportion drawings have some lines line up that you like, the feel. Use it, try it. Because you're not referencing Chibi now, you're referencing from full proportion, but this just that this artist prefer using line art. Use it.
I think I want to try using My Hero Academia.
Sure.
I feel. I mean, I always love the art style.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like it's a good opportunity to try.
Yeah. Go ahead. Then you can look at the My Hero Academia, their shapes and everything else. When they draw this kind of big shoulder pads, how they curve their lines and everything else. There is the best line. There will always be a best line. But what is the best line? Because the common mistake most people make is sword, I find artist A. Shoulder pad, I find artist B.
Exactly.
Never do this kind of thing. You macam taking roti prata, nasi lemak, chicken rice and then put inside on the same plate. It's not gonna look good. Rojak, if you say rojak, what is rojak? Rojak is many ingredients but you pour a sauce to harmonize everything.
My art teacher used to say things like that. Also. Like Singapore artists are people who use rojak.
You can use rojak if you can, but you need to add that extra layer to harmonize your drawing.
The sauce.
Yes, correct. So if you want to reference different things, you must make sure that when the final product, it must look harmonized. It's the same thing. You choose the colors from this artist for the pen, this artist. Every artist got a different palette. the final drawing will not look nice one.
See.
So you must find the thing that harmonize your drawing lah.
But there's a lot of thinking.
A lot.
Yeah, okay, I see.
Because got this thing is like we do on a daily basis, then we know. But young artists they will find, because all these I also been through like shoulder pad find war craft, weapon find artists. Will.
Actually, I'm wondering like, I mean this is already a lot of information for me to take in. I'm just wondering like how like other people who came here like they must have felt like a lot of struggle.
I will see their caliber. I won't tell them everything like I told you today. I know that you are hungry to be better. I will go beyond.
I see.
I'll spend beyond to tell you even more. Some I know they always feel like say a bit then they
shut down
already or like don't know doing what thing. Then I'll just tell them a bit, then I'll go do my own stuff already. Because the person don't have the capacity to access so much info.
I see.
You have it, you will reflect, I know that this is gonna help you one way or the other. You know, then I tell you more.
Actually, there's a part about the angle, I'm like, wait, why didn't I do that before? Okay, I see.
Sometimes it's really the way you do things, you just need someone to just, why don't you just change perspective, change. Then okay already. It's not that your art is not good, it's just that you're using the wrong method.
Right.
You just change a bit and everything looks good.
Okay, let me just end the live stream here. Wait.
I wanted to ask you this just now also, but I think you'll bring it out after so far. Like, how do you choose your color palette, I guess?
How I choose the color palette?
Yeah.
The color palette when I choose is based off the reference, that's one. So if let's say you're using yon okay, come on, yon. Step 1, never use the color picker. I never do this. Then the color clothing then I use. Even though I do so many fan art, I never do this. Why? Because my pen pressure is not the same as this artist. My brush is not at the same as this artist. My understanding of colors isn't at this artist level. So I never do that. Rather, I eyeball. So I see here, okay, I think it's somewhat here. Then I use. I think the pink, I think it's somewhat here. I keep it within the same range. Then my colors must jump from the same, as if come from the same world, the same world. Because if I color pick, this pink looks nice. Then I color pick from another artist, this blue nice. Same thing, your color will never harmonize one.
Yeah.
And then it looks very rigid, because your whole drawing will look very rigid one. And how do I even harmonize even more? I eyeball the color, I choose at least within the same range, never too much unless needed. And I always set to 80% with a colored base. It means that all my blue, my pink, my green has a tint of my background color. So it looks as if they are linked together. I create a link in all my colors.
I see.
So the end product will look as if like macam got filter, like got a filter over it, then it looks soothing.
I see.
Last time I don't know. I use white base and then I just use solid colors. Then you're like, wow, very harsh. The colors just doesn't look coordinating like that.
So the colors you also like 80%.
80%, I just 80%. For me, I very lazy chain, so I just put 80% everything.
That's interesting. Okay, alright, I see. I mean by works over. I see. Okay. Alright.
This is pretty much, if you keep practicing, then this is your yawn. This is your yawn. This is not my yawn. This is your yawn.
Did you send me through Discord?
Oh yeah. I sent you this file through Discord already, but I shrink it down, so that's why the file size is a lot smaller. But when you go back and then when you do the Lineart, you go and pull this file to the same size as your full size sketch anything you can play around and then see how. Because when I do draw over, I prefer to draw at 100%. So my lines and everything else will be nice. Because Lineart is just following sketch, that's all.
Right.
Any questions, just ask on the Discord lah. No worries, huh?
Like, once I'm done with the Lineart, will it be cool to just send you?
Yeah, sure. Can. Wednesday, if you finish, send me. If tonight, if let's say 3 a.m. you sell on, I want to draw 4 a.m. send. If I still awake, I'll see you.
Okay, alright. Thanks for being so open, I guess.
Huh?
Yeah.
Open what? What open until late?
I mean like it's open lah.
Oh no.
Just very open to things
Open. Just because.
Like not close-minded
No lah. At this, maybe when do other business, need to be close-minded because you really create a competitor. This one, the thing that we are playing is really effort-based. I can tell you everything, but if you don't put in the same effort, you will never get my same result, that kind of thing. So I'm not really afraid to tell people this one. And if I see it's hardworking people, the more I want to tell them more, to push them even further.
That's cool. Alright.
Because very rare. Hardworking people very rare. It's just like SSR inside mobile games. Very rare.
Someone told me that before. So
Yeah.
in terms of like, they told me that my passion was very rare. Then like, I didn't understand cause like, I was just being me kind of thing. But I see.
Yeah, SSR. You are SSR. Maybe skill-wise, not yet. Mental-wise, yes. And it's all about mental this game. Because next time I'm gonna have like some assholes who can tell you like all the theory, like wow, this green should go with this blue and everything else. You get all the theory, you can have everything. But if you cannot execute it out, that's it, well wasted. Here the nose should be here. Okay, sure, but I like it. Okay, sure, but my fans like it. We go beyond myself already. Okay, sure, but my art sell. Okay, sure, say whatever, but my art sell. What you want to say? Go beyond already. It's already not arguing on that subject matter. I know where my art is going. What we say you can, yeah. Belt in on.
Thanks for the conversation. I appreciate it. Yeah.
Oh, uncle telling you conversation.
Besides, like, I mean, like, I remember you saying something like these classes are like you using us as guinea pigs, or like just to see what works and what doesn't. Like, I didn't mind being the guinea pig. Yeah, if I were to produce something good, I think that would benefit you too, to get more customers.
For me, yeah lah, if can get more customers, the real world problem of money will definitely solve a lot of things. But I want, while finding the money, because money very easy to earn. I sell things, I also earn. Open classes, also earn. But open class, I want more than just money.
I see.
I very greedy. I want to find hardworking people. I want to find more SSR come out.
I see.
Because I sell things I can never find SSR one. Sell only how I know whether you're hardworking? I don't know. You come and buy only. I don't know you're hardworking or not. But through class, I know. And through meeting hardworking people, I know who I can collaborate with in future. I know how far I can push with my art, with other people's art. Because to me, I only got this. I'm very well aware I only can go this far. Now, if I can help someone else and together the person we can go even further, why not? We all have an expiry date. I am popular now. Who knows, next year some black horse will come up. We must always be aware that I'll be outdated anytime. But before that, while I'm still relevant, I must spread as much as I can.
I see.
That's the key point.
I think I heard something similar to that before. But it was from a Twitch streamer instead of an artist here. Yeah. She said that one day I could be irrelevant and everything will go down.
Yes. We never know.
I see. I'll definitely keep that in mind. Do you live around here also?
I live in the next block upstairs.
I'm
just near this side. It's like 2 minutes I reach home already.
Okay.
So you know how to get the Grab here or something?
I think I just Should be fine.
Okay.
Thank you so
If
much.
anything, you just come up here and then I'll help you. Okay, now.
See you.
Okay, okay. Bye.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you all for watching. I've been like talking too much for this stream, but yeah. So hello everyone who are still here. And yeah, if you're 17, I'm 30. Yeah, you probably have a lot more time to draw than me. I don't have that much time, I guess. Yes. And yes. So that's it for today. Yes, I hope all of you are SSR. And I shall see you on Thursday, and then we'll have the student back here on Thursday for the coloring as well lah. Oh, okay, so bye bye. Where's the end trim button?